Hello, Francis.
Hi,
Welcome.
good to see you, Carrie.
Good to see you. So, uh, Kayla, I think Kayla has who has her presentation ready?
Alicia has it pulled up.
Elisa has it. Okay. When it's time, right?
So very much. It strikes fear in my heart to have to run my own slide deck.
No problems.
Thank you.
So as we're joining here, if you'd put your name and organization in the chat, that would be great. Welcome, everyone. Betty, how are you today?
I'm responding to you, and then it dawned on me I was muted. Good morning.
Good morning. So we're happy everyone's here. And I'm Carrie Haig. I'm Assistant Director on Special Education Title Services team. Trish Bachman is our School Mental Health Coordinator. She is out of state at the moment. So I'm going to fill in, try to fill her shoes. So I won't I'll do my best. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Betty and let Betty get us going for the day. And
Okay, Carrie, before we get started, are you able to put the agenda on the screen?
someone is able to do that.
Okay.
Is that Alicia, perhaps?
Oh, are we okay?
I'm trying to see if we can get the agenda posted.
Is it in this, not in the slide deck?
Okay, there we go. Right, perfect. Thank you so much. Good morning to everyone, and I'm so glad you were able to attend. I'm calling the meeting to order. And before we jump in, I do want to take the opportunity to mention the scheduling of our meeting. I know everyone's time is precious, so hopefully moving forward, we'll be able to contain the meeting to where it's a half day. And if there is a situation that we need to expand the meeting, we'll try to let you know in advance so that you're able to plan your time. So Carrie, as far as the roll call, can you give us an idea of how many participants are on?
Yeah, so I asked folks as you're jumping on if you would put your name in the chat. And then in addition to that, I'd like us to just take a few moments, and we're going to do this in alphabetical order by last name, except with the exception of myself. So to just go through and introduce ourselves for a moment. And by using introducing yourself as your name and your organization, and talk about a heartbreak you have and a hope that you have, so something positive that you've seen. So for me, my heartbreak has been, I spent the last weekend in Maryland with my brother and his 2 young adult nephews. And my heartbreak is that I see these 2 young adults who really have all the privilege you think they could have and all the private school upbringing they have, but they are leaning towards lots of use of alcohol and marijuana. So that's my heartbreak. But my hope is that we have had some really inspiring instances provided to us where some of the events we've had and documents that we've put out truly have made impacts on kids' lives and families' lives. And that's really has been my hope. So top of the alphabet is Scott Engelmeyer. And if you don't feel comfortable doing the heartbreak hope, you don't have to do that thing even. But. Is Scott Engelmeyer on today? Nope. I'm not seeing him. All right. So while that turns us to Betty Arnold.
Okay. Carrie threw me a curve there. I don't wake up beginning my days with what is heartbreak, nor do I begin my day with identifying my hope. I jump in and there's work to do, and that's how I embrace it. But as I was taking the opportunity to reflect a little bit,
listening to this meeting,
my heartbreak is that I'm not seeing the impact in our schools, in our districts, to help those students that are struggling with mental health, social, emotional issues as quickly as I would like to see. When I hear of violence and issues that seem to be magnifying instead of being minimized or mitigated, that's my heartbreak, because it does take away from the opportunity for students to learn to be successful in life. And I guess once you identify a heartbreak, then certainly you can associate a hope with that, because my hope is that moving forward, we can take a stronger presence in schools, helping them to navigate through an area that has become so pronounced. How about it? I did it.
Yeah. Let's see. Is Cherie on today? Cherie Blanchett. Let's see, Cherie. Yeah. Samantha Brown.
Hi, good morning. I'm Samantha Brown, and I always get confused at which school district I'm representing at different things, because I'm a mental health liaison for USD 383 Manhattan, but then I'm also on the school board for USD 378. So, so my role's a little complicated. My heartbreak is that we are seeing an escalation of mental health issues in pretty little kids, kindergarten, first grade, really big. And so I have a couple hopes. My first hope is that we can start reaching them at that level and trying to help them navigate through those things. That's part of my passion of what I do. My other hope is I just had a grandbaby on Monday, and so I'm hopeful that she will be in a world where she can do great things.
Wonderful. Yeah. All right, Shelby. Let's see. Tracy Chauvin.
Present. I am Tracy Chauvin. I'm the Director of Student Supports for Kansas City, Kansas Public Schools. I don't have kind of a grief or a gripe or anything like that, truthfully. I think that for me and for the team I work with and the district and the community that we support, we are filled with hope currently. We've got a lot of really positive things happening within our community, and included within that is that partnership with Stop It Solutions. And I know many other districts in Kansas have a partnership with Stop It, but they have really gone above and beyond to adapt their tool, the Help Me app, to fit the needs of our extremely diverse community with higher needs than they have reported seeing in other districts that they have worked with. And so I just have a lot of hope right now, speaking to like Betty's sort of concern, was that our families will feel empowered to really be able to navigate a lot of that social, emotional, mental wellness resources in a new way using this app. And then also, I have a lot of hope that for-profits such as Stop It are seeing the benefit of really working in such a way that they're reducing barriers to access to care. And so I have a lot of hope currently right now.
Zena Chepowich. See her. Jose.
Jose
Okay.
Cornejo, school social worker in Lawrence, Kansas, Lawrence Public Schools. I think my heartbreak is the number of kids and staff that we're still seeing struggling this early in the school year. My hope is that our state begins to look at mental health education in schools, much like states like Virginia, New York, where that mental health education is required as a subject to be taught in schools. I think that if we can get at the forefront of educating kids on what mental health is, how to address mental health, I think it would also reciprocate so that the staff also learn. So that's my hope. That may be something this group can begin to explore and look at how that could be implemented throughout our school districts throughout the state. That's all I have.
Great. Casey Dolkey.
Morning, my name is Casey Dalkey, Executive Director for Children's Advocacy Centers of Kansas. My heartbreak is I got to make some difficult staffing decisions, which led to some pretty big changes within our organization this week, and some staff members leaving. And so my hope coming out of that is to just continue on our path of growth and development within our organization so that we can continue to provide that support to all of the children advocacy centers across the state, who are then providing those services to children and families, as well as working with their MDT partners.
John Dole. Sherry Dumalion. John Epley. Diane Jerstad.
Mary, she texted me and will not be with us today.
Okay. And Jane Groff, our vice chair.
Yes. Good morning, everybody. Well, at first I tried to think of a Swiftie heartbreak just to kind of lighten it. Like, oh, she's not going to be at the next game. But no. A reality heartbreak in my life is when my grandkids get the flu, and one of them has the flu right now, and he's just green, green, green. So as if you haven't noticed, out in the schools, the flu is out there. So that's always gets my heart. But my hope is that families will become more and more familiar and less scared of terms like social emotional learning, that they'll understand it's just about healthy mental health practices and not misunderstand social emotional learning. That would be, and that's part of our work. It's part of our work at KPERT. Thanks, Carrie.
Justin Groth.
Justin Groth, the Haskell County Sheriff's Office. I guess my heartache would be the lack of the mental health facilities out here where I'm at in Southwest Kansas. We do screenings with children. I am the SRO in Sublette, Kansas, a small town, 200 kids total, K through 12. When we do a screening for a child, it's usually a 3 to 6 hour wait before they are on a Zoom with a professional. The last one I had was a 10-year-old, and it was about 6.5 hour wait before he could even speak to somebody. So my hope obviously would be to let's help figure out the wait times out here. Another issue is if we do have to transport somebody, I'm anywhere from 6 to 7 hours away from the nearest one, which would be up by Kansas City. There is one in Wichita. They're full quite a bit, but yeah, that's what I got.
Erica Hinault.
Did you say Erica Hinault?
I
Or
did
Garrett?
say.
Oh, okay.
I did say Erica Hinault. But if she's not on, we'll take Gary.
Well, and I was wondering if the Erica Hinault is the person I'm thinking it is, because I don't usually ever meet anybody with my last name that I'm not related to.
Welcome
yeah.
back.
Well, thank you.
Good to
And
see you.
I have been gone for quite some time. I was off on medical leave for more than 2 months due to an unexpected medical issue. So I'm happy to be back. And I was dealing with a crisis call and came in a little late. I missed the question, but I think I have the gist of it. But I am Gary Hinault, the Director of Children's Services for KDADS. And I guess my heartache, and it goes right after what I'm hearing from Justin and other people. It's the thing that keeps me up at night, just like the call I just got off of. How do we meet the needs of children and families throughout Kansas, whether it's, in Western Kansas or Southwestern Kansas, and even here in Topeka? The need is so great. And how do we connect all the systems? How do we make sure that our mental health system is working with our education system, is working with our DCF, our child welfare system? I do believe that we're making progress, but there's a lot more work to do. And then also, you guys have also heard me talk about the need to really improve our behavioral health prevention efforts and our 0 to 5 work for children and families. So
Thank you, Gary. Leah Hawley.
Hey, Carrie, Leah had to, this is Brad from Families Together. Leah did have to drop off to help out some of her families in our program, so I'm kind of standing in for her today. I will share though, I mean, with the Chase program, we work with justice involved youth, and we recently had a situation where we had a young man in our program who was making a lot of progress, and he was at an event on Friday night, and we just loved hanging out with him. He seemed to be doing so well. And then Monday or Tuesday the next week, we heard from his mom that there was an incident and he was actually taken into a jail. And so a lot of times there's that 2 steps forward, 1 step back kind of thing in our program. And my hope is that that family and that the people in our community can really dig deep for forgiveness in those scenarios, because I've been communicating with that young man through the online jail portal, and he feels very remorseful. He feels very hopeful when he gets out about the changes he wants to make. And it was a reminder to never give up in that type of scenario, and that person needs people like us to show up for them even when they have made big mistakes. So when it is heartbreaking, I want to remain hopeful that we can forgive and surround our community with, good adults that can bring them back up on their feet.
Thank you. Excellent, Brad. Tamara.
Good morning. I'm Tamara Huff, and I'm with the Kansas Parent Information Resource Center. I think that my heartbreak just from visiting a number of schools this year would be the amount of behaviors, I guess, that would be ones that we necessarily wouldn't desire. My hope is that through groups like us, we can figure out ways to support not only the schools, but their families as well, to provide that wraparound support so that we're not just dealing with the behaviors from a punitive punishment side, but actually getting to the root of the issue and helping our children grow and develop the way that they need to.
Janie Humphreys.
Good morning, Janie Humphreys with the board member with USD 500. I guess heartbreak is the fact that we do have a lot of unmet needs for our children and our communities. But I tend to look at the glass as being half full instead of half empty. And I've been out in our schools and at programs the last couple of months, and I have seen how the programs that like Tracy is supporting in our district are working with our kids, seeing everything from the conscious discipline in our pre-K system to our restorative justice, and seeing the progress that we're making. And I'm very excited to see that our staff and our coaches, our sporting coaches, are weaving those lessons into everything they do. So thank you, Tracy, for your team and everything that you are teaching us.
Kimber Katzitz. Kimber. Kathy Kirstenbach Osmeyer.
Okay, I'm here. You can call me Kathy KO. You don't have to do the whole Kirstenbach Osmeyer. And
well, every once in a while, it's just nice to say the whole name.
Okay. Okay, so here we go. My heartbreak. Last week I was at the hearing for education at the Capitol, And my heartbreak is I just feel like there are legislators that don't want to hear about some of the needs in the schools, especially related to special ed funding and some of those issues. And, I agree, throwing money at everything isn't the only answer, but we've got a lot of schools struggling, and there's a lot of things that I know schools would like to do, but they're struggling with industry and hiring staff, and they're really wanting to do things, but feel like their hands are tied just due to some of the resources available to them. So I feel like we're kind of failing some of our students in that manner, and that really does break my heart. But the positive is that I know that I just got off a call earlier with special ed directors that work with legislative things, and then listening to all the people here today. There are people that are not going to give up and will keep working towards solutions and fighting the good fight.
Jessica Lane.
Good morning. I'm Jessica Lane. I'm at K-State. I'm going to flip this. I always start with the positive, and so that's where my mind goes. I am excited that I get to see a lot of teachers and school counselors and the positive work that they're doing and the passion that they have for the profession. There are a lot of really good people working really hard in schools. And so that excites me. And I think there's, really good pockets of good things going on across the state. The thing that concerns me is that are we going to lose the people that are working really, really hard and doing these really, really wonderful things because of the disconnect and the understanding of what's going on in schools and the resources that they need for those mental health and behavior opportunities. So I think we have really great people in place, and I'm excited about the work that this task force can offer. But I think the sooner that we can provide immediate connection to those schools and to those people within the schools around mental health and behaviors, social emotional learning, the better.
Linda Long. Kylie Luckett.
Good morning, I'm Kylie Luckett. I'm the mental health coordinator with Lawrence Public Schools. And I think my heartache is that overall, I see a loss of joy of the love of learning and the loving being at school. It used to be, I get to go to school, and now it's I have to go to school. And I would like to see our students and our parents and our teachers and everyone involved just really bring back that joy and that love and that excitement. And I think my hope for that is that I see pockets of that. I see good things. Our district has a new social and emotional learning curriculum that is off to a pretty good start that I've been very excited about. And, just taking those opportunities to highlight when we do have those moments of hope and joy. Thank you.
John McKinney.
Morning, everyone. I didn't realize my video wasn't on. Sorry. Good morning, everyone. So we had a bit of a heartbreaking start to the school year in Shawnee Mission. I'm Director of Student and Family Services for the Shawnee Mission School District. We had an instructional coach pass away earlier this month, just a horrible accident. And so that was a rough way to start the school year. And then on a positive note, I do think that organizations like this one, the work that we're seeing in Blue Valley, Olathe, KCK, Shawnee Mission around social emotional learning, student wellness, staff support and wellness, those things becoming a priority is something to, show some really positive thoughts about. This is a good thing. This is what we've been striving for, what we've been working toward, and we're starting to see some of it come to fruition now. It's regrettable that it takes some, a pandemic and a lot of trauma and a lot of, issues to kind of get us to the point where, hey, this is important, but I think that we're there. And so I'm pleased about that. And I'm pleased to see the work that Tracy and KCK and Angie is doing in Olathe and others are doing across our community. I think I'm seeing a lot of really important and positive and long overdue work around SEL. So I'm thankful for that.
Erica Mold.
Hi, everyone. I'm Erica Mold. I'm the Zero Suicide Program Coordinator at Headquarters, Kansas. So we're the 988 Center for Kansas. So I come to this work, with a suicide prevention lens. And so in that regard, I think the heartbreak that comes to mind for me lately is some of the anti-trans legislation in the state and how significantly that impacts suicidality and suicide risk for sure. So I've been holding a lot of space for that lately, and I think that the hope that I have is, as I do this work, with school districts, I do see a lot of really accepting and really affirming human beings working in the school districts. And so my hope is that even though there's a lot going on that may increase risk for trans kids, that there's also a lot of really solid, safe adults in their school districts, and that becomes a protective thing.
Sue Mernan. Keelan Pierce. Brenda Quigley.
Good morning. I am a registered nurse. I am representing Damon's Purpose, which is a nonprofit organization. We are committed to providing suicide prevention and mental health discussions in schools. A colleague and I teach teen mental health first aid classes in the classrooms. So I guess I'm going to stay positive this morning and just say that we have seen some really great things in the classrooms when we go in and talk to these kids. We are not educators, so it's a little bit out of our comfort zone to be in the classroom doing that. But we've had some great discussions. We really feel like the kids that we have taught, we're really breaking down stigmas and getting a chance to talk about those things that previously may not have been talked about. So thank you for allowing me to be here.
Judy Rodman. Judy. Sarah Schlegel.
Yes, hello. Hello, everybody. My name is Sarah Schlegel. I'm the Vice President of Administration with Canberra Children's Mental Health. We have acute psychiatric facilities for children in Hayes, Wichita, like Justin had mentioned, and Kansas City. My heartbreak and hope, I think, are a little bit intertwined. Last week, we experienced quite a dip in admissions in our psychiatric facilities. And my hope, or my little micro hope, would be that the reason why that dip happened is because children are doing better, right? And families are doing better to be able to provide for the needs of their children. But my heartbreak with that is also knowing that that is a trend we have seen over the years, that when school is out, which is what happened last week, the admissions that we get to our psychiatric facilities drop. And there are a lot of theories behind that, right? So I think that speaks that our schools are doing such a great job in identifying the additional support that a child and families need. But at the same time, I really worry about the missed needs of the children when we don't have all these great caring professionals and the opportunity to be able to provide those interventions for children in general. So I would say just finish with a little micro or hope here is that I do think we as a society are doing a much better job about talking about mental health and decreasing that stigma. We're talking more about social emotional learning and just how important that is as compared to cognitive learning. And so I think in general, I just have hope for what we're doing as a movement and being a part of a group that's really focused on that.
I love the term micro hope. Shirley Scott. Shirley was on earlier, I believe, or she may be the phone. And then Melanie Scott.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Melanie Scott, and I work part-time for KSDE as a school counselor leader coordinator. So my job is to provide professional development for school mental health across Kansas. And I'm going to sandwich mine if that's okay. I, first of all, want to say the work that this committee and council does is absolutely amazing. We are taking, information that we put together from our subcommittee to revise the suicide prevention toolkit that has just come out. I know we'll talk about it later, but yesterday I was able to provide a 3-hour training in Southwest Kansas. We had over 13 districts represented, and for Southwest Kansas, that's big. And over 30 people attended, including not just school mental health, but we had superintendents, principals, school nurses, SRO, and an SRO. My heartache, though, is when I gave the pre-survey, and it was not identifiable. I didn't want to know names because I said this is a place of, grace and non-judgment, because we're going to take this information and we're going to move forward. Of the 31 participants, only 12 of them had a post-vention district policy. And of those, only 35% have had at least one suicide prevention lesson for students so far this school year. Okay. So when we had conversations for the rest of the 3-hour training, it was how do we move from here? So how do we take those pieces of the toolkit that a lot of these people on this council worked hard to put together with best practices and make it work for their district? And the post-survey results were phenomenal. I shared that with a few of you already. So just know that our work here, I know sometimes it feels like we're not making a difference or it's very slow, but we're absolutely making a difference, especially in these rural communities that need this extra support. If we hand somebody a toolkit of over 100 pages, it's really hard to find time. But when we provide these opportunities for trainings to sit down and dissect those pieces and make it applicable to their districts, it's making a difference. So thank you all.
Idalia.
Good morning, everybody. Idalia Schumann with Kansas National Education Association. I'm the Director of Teaching and Learning, and I really like to focus on the positive as well. I'm very grateful to be a part of this group. I love hearing all the great work that you're all doing. And in my role, we really support educators in addressing some of the issues that they face every day. And I hear very often the challenges that they have with the behaviors in the classroom. So we work very diligently to support them, and I just commend them for their desire to continue to look for solutions. I've been spending this week working with a group of educators that focus on the social, emotional, and the racial justice. And we've been writing a grant, putting together in their passion to want to be able to provide opportunities for families to be able to put resources into their hands. And my concern and my one heartbreak is legislation continually putting up barriers and challenges for educators. The idea of wanting to ban books and take away funding for the special programs that are so needed for families and children. So my role as an advocate for education and educators is to continue to fight the good fight. And I love to listen and hear all the great work that you're doing and appreciate the opportunities that we can have to partner with you.
Dinah Sykes. Mark Torkelson.
Morning. Small Schools Board member. We had a seventh grade student swallow a bottle of pills about 4 days ago. It was a student not on the radar, and they were able to be okay. And as far as hope, I wonder. I guess that's about it.
Elsie Torres. Sylvia Trevino. I know I saw her on here.
I'm here.
Yes. Okay. Ryan Vaughn. Pam Wigan. And Marcia Weissman.
Good morning. I think my heartbreak is that social and emotional learning has become polarized and political and has created some barriers to making progress. My hope is that I think we have the capacity in our communities and schools to make a difference if we can continue to work toward pulling people together, moving in the same direction. I think we can make a difference for a lot of kids and families.
And is Holly Yeager on? Is there a member whose name I haven't read? There's a 5568 number on here.
That's me, Shirley Scott.
Aha. Hi, Shirley.
I could hear you guys completely, but you couldn't hear me. So I hung up and called back.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now.
Can I give my hope and my heartbreak?
Absolutely.
Okay, my heartbreak was about a month ago, front page of our newspaper, half of it was a picture of an AR-15 that's being given as a prize at a Republican function. And it just breaks my heart. It's the fascination with guns rather than the concern of children dying and aggression, anger that's showing up with children at an increased rate. That I don't know what we do about it. I've tried making phone calls, but it seems like I heard there was even a school district in Kansas, and I'm not sure which one, that gave an AR-15 as a prize at one of the athletic functions. That's crazy. My hope is that we increase awareness and that we advocate more for children. I think that is happening. One of the schools is working with Sandy Hook Promise, and they had Start with Hello week. And I don't know if you're familiar with it. It's to increase kindness and tolerance and understanding. And the essence of it is, if you see somebody alone or somebody who's sad, go over and talk to them and start with hello. That's all.
Thank you, Shirley.
Thank you. And I'm sorry you couldn't hear me earlier.
So with that, I will turn it over to Betty, and we'll capture our KSDE people on the side.
Okay.
So
Thank you so much, Carrie.
You're welcome.
Go ahead. I'll let you finish.
Well, I was just
then
gonna
I'll
say,
jump in.
I didn't mean for this like to be a downer, but I'm about just keeping it real, and everyone's heartbreak is someone else's, either something you can connect with, or it can lead to or it actually could be someone else's hope in a way that they have something that they can offer. And that even as a council, we come from many different organizations. We're also here for each other in a way that we can offer supports and resources to each other in this work that is very, could be very stressful for ourselves. And at the same time, keeping that hope up and knowing that there's a collective of movement and energy and effort that we have just in our realm here that we know is making a difference in the lives of children and families, and our stories are able to highlight those as we go along. And so hopefully Betty was able to hear some highlights of things that are hopeful happening. Okay, Betty.
Thank you, Carrie. And and thank you for the exercise, because honestly, it is a reminder of the powerhouse. I was trying to see on the video. Okay. It's a reminder of the powerhouse of talent and passion that we have in this group. And as someone had mentioned about this being political and polarized, that is something we have to accept. And as a committee, I am hoping that it will reinforce and strengthen the need for this committee's existence. We do need a stronger presence. We do need to help the public and the community and the legislators and all that's involved, all of the stakeholders, that we have to put the needs of students first. And you can't go wrong when you put the needs of the students first. I think the next thing that we move into is the agenda itself. Are we able to advance the agenda on here? Okay. And it does, when we do Zoom, it's always confusing on how we go about with the approval of the agenda and the minutes. Can't remember, is that something, help me a little bit, Carrie? I think Gail used to remind me how we accept.
So is there someone that would make a motion to approve the agenda?
I so move
Make the
to,
motion to approve the agenda.
and I'll second that.
Okay, so are we able to put the agenda on the screen, was where I was going with this. I'm assuming everyone has access to the agenda, but you need to be able to see exactly, thank you, what it is that you are approving.
And actually,
Okay.
Kayla has a poll. Kayla, do you have a poll for this?
I do.
Here we go.
Okay, so if everyone would respond and submit their
And then, so we have approval of the agenda. And then approval for the minutes from July. Any discussion or notes about the July minutes?
If you need a motion to approve the minutes as presented, I'll do that.
I second.
All right. Motion by Shirley and seconded by Jose. I'll let Kayla throw up there we go.
Okay, and so okay, and it looks like we have all approved, and we're moving forward. As you can see by the agenda, we're already kind of behind schedule. So we'll see, the next item then is to go to public comments.
So do we have someone online for public comments? Our we have the procedures that to email Alicia or our office expressing desire to speak during the comment. As comments are made, they're taken under advisement by the council, and then response from the council will come at later date. The verbal comments are limited to 3 minutes, and we hope to cue that person before the time expires. And there's also the opportunity for public comment to come to this group through written testimony. And on the screen there, you can see the some guidance for including the name, address, and county of residence for that. And to submit those comments to Alicia Nichols, who's helping coordinate, submit, or provide support to the committee for that information. So Alicia, do we have anyone who's requested public comment?
Not that I'm aware of.
Is there anyone within the sound of my voice that would like to speak forward as a public comment?
Then I will show public comment as being closed at, what time is it? 9:59. Carrie, can we advance this so that we can move forward on the agenda?
Yes. So we have, Betty, were you going to introduce the presenter or you want me to?
You can go ahead.
Okay. So we have with us today Frances Avery from our Department of Children and Families, the Family Crisis Response Center. And she is going to provide us with an overview and description about their work and information that I think has come up a time or two that's a valuable resource that our state has. So with that, I'll let Kayla or Alicia and Frances coordinate the slides together. And Frances, toss it to you.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you so much. You all have no idea how meaningful it is to me to be invited to this group. And there are several people on the phone who share my sentiment that it's all related. It's all related. And in the interest of solidarity, I will say I'll participate in the heartbreak and hope scenario. I've had a fair amount of heartbreak as a former child welfare attorney for the state of Louisiana, but I do have one big heartbreak in my life, which is very much related to our work together, and some of which we'll talk about today. I lost my 26-year-old stepson to suicide in 2019. And that tells you all you need to know about my motivation for this work, and my passion for this work. I'd love it if if I were out of a job, if there was an easy button, we all certainly would have pushed it by now. But I will move on in the hope that all of these organizations, the ones on this call and all of the ones I'll mention here, will come into such lockstep with one another, hopefully in the very near future, that there are countless layers available as safety nets for our young people in this population. So I think we can move to the next slide. And we'll move forward talking about the response program in the background. So just a little backdrop here that caught my attention this morning, and I'm glad Erica's on the phone because the Kansas Suicide Prevention Headquarters is one of our close partners under the umbrella of 988. I'm going to give just a little bit of backdrop about statistics, and I'm sure Erica will tell you that the statistics we have come at different times and from different sources. The ones I'm about to give have come from the CDC. So needless to say, we've mentioned it a couple of times already today. Suicide is a major concern, even among adolescents ages 12 to 17. And from what Mark and others have said, it's becoming more of a concern for younger people. Even than that. So among that age group, 12 to 17, 2.5% have been hospitalized following an attempted suicide. 8.9% have made an attempt. 15.7% have had and made a plan, and 18.8% have considered suicide. Frankly, we're constantly relying on statistics. Just anecdotally, I think that those numbers are higher, which is unfortunate, but what we need to be aware of in order to continue the impetus in this regard. And again, from this most recent research, the second leading cause of death in children ages 10 to 14 is suicide. I do know that in Kansas, again, from various sources, you all might say different. We have about 481,750 students enrolled across 1,305 schools. Would love to be corrected on that, as I'll use the information moving forward. About 21.9% of children ages 3 to 17 and this is in 2016, with depression at about 21.9%, did not receive the care that they needed for that depression. I think you all, and again, I hope to be corrected, that Kansas ranks about 22 for the number of counselors to students, about 1,217 counselors for that number of 481,750 students, which it looks like about 396 to 1 ratio. And I know that there was a bill passed recently relative to a compact for providers from out of state to offer clinical services. So allowing professional counselors licensed and residing in a compact member state to practice in other compact states, without the need for multiple licenses. So, that's a preview of another layer we could hopefully at some point offer in the multiple layers I've talked about for safety net. But in this moment, I'm going to talk about the Kansas Department for Children and Families Family Crisis Helpline. We developed this program with the Kansas Department of Children and Families with a high level of support and engagement from Kansas Department of Aging and Disability Services. It was launched at midnight on October 1st of 2021. So we're a little past our second year in operation. The most important thing about this flyer to me, aside from the fact that it shows what the population is that it serves, which is Kansans, all Kansans 20 and younger. Early on, the Kansas Department, within the first week, the Kansas Department of Education reached out to us and said, can we co-brand with you? So if you look at the top of this flyer, you'll see all of our co-branders, but the Kansas Department of Education kicked that off, which is a wonderful thing because honestly, I never would have thought of it had you all not reached out to us. So now we're currently co-branded with various state agencies, the Kansas Children's Services League, and the Association of Community Mental Health Centers of Kansas, and consistently pursuing additional partnerships for co-branding in that regard. So the services are available to Kansans 20 and younger. You'll see later that the persons calling are those calling on their behalf of young people in crisis. Do not have to be any particular affiliation. They do not have to be a foster child. They do not have to be affiliated with any particular organization whatsoever. This is for all Kansans 20 and younger and falls under the umbrella of 988. So it's what we consider a pillar of one of the umbrellas under the umbrella of 988, as is the Kansas Suicide Prevention Headquarters, and as are the 26 community mental health centers in Kansas. We can go to the next slide. So it's kind of a convoluted process, but we tried to offer the simplest, easiest to understand workflow of how typically a call is received. In theory, someone who's in crisis, and we'll talk about that definition here at the very end also, would call, text, or chat the number that was previously on the screen, the 833 number. We've added text and chat in the last 5 or 6 months, which is awesome because we all know with this population, text and chat is very often the most used form of communication. This helpline is a 24-hour-a-day, 7-day-a-week helpline staffed by licensed clinical professionals. There's not supposed to be a wait time or a hold time at all for the number. And I'll conscript you to service at the very end to say, if anything specific happens, contact me directly. It's only by pulling the thread on speed bumps and impediments to this process that we'll continue to grow and improve the program. We cannot do it without you all. So there's a tiered response based on the acuity of need. And what I will tell you is, again, if there was an easy button, we would have pushed it long ago. Our DCF lead, Brenda Soto often compares it to building the plane while we're in flight. We didn't see, perfect is the enemy of good. So we didn't see holding back on building the program because it wasn't perfect. It will be perfect. We believe in that, and we know you all believe in it. In this moment, for each of the counties we serve, which is statewide, by the way, not all community mental health centers, who are the ultimate providers of direct in-person mobile crisis, have the ability to provide that service either at all or 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. But we are moving there. And again, this helpline is one of the safety nets in place until we get there. But it is the state's not just hope, but dictate that there will be a point at which there is a just go philosophy, which is that when the call comes in, the provider in that community will just go. There will be no questions asked. There will be warm transfers, meaning someone will stay on the line. So in this moment, there are referrals made, calls are de-escalated, coping mechanisms are put in place, safety plans are implemented, and if and when necessary and available, mobile crisis is dispatched. And we do have, I apologize, Carrie, I forgot to send the dashboard that we use. We have a 12-month rolling dashboard that shows the crisis calls that were dispatched and the calls received and counseling made. So when mobile de-escalation occurs, the behavioral health provider in that scenario connects to the intake clinician for the appropriate referral. And the follow-up is we do have call statistics and we do have a care record, and ultimately we'll have real-time dispatch, but there's also a case management follow-up within a certain amount of time, typically about 4 days. I will tell you, and it's not on one of these slides, so I do apologize for that. There are selected targeted program outcomes because it is intended to be science. And that's the only way to validate the program and the funds that are received to provide the services. Ultimately, 75% of individuals will not require another contact with the crisis helpline for 12 months after the initial call. 90% of children who receive the service will remain at home with a caregiver for 6 months after the date of the initial contact. 90% of children who receive the service will not experience a need for entry into foster care or out-of-home placement within 12 months after the date of the call. 90% of juveniles, and this is something that was touched on earlier and very important to all of us, will not experience a contact with juvenile intake and assessment 6 months after the date of the initial call. 75% of young people with mobile crisis services will experience no readmission to psychiatric hospital within 30 days of discharge. The reason this time frame is so much smaller, as we know, is that this is a safety measure. There are young people and adults alike who experience severe and persistent mental illness. So we understand that the odds are stacked against us in this regard. And that's why the time frame is lower for readmission to psychiatric hospitals. Although to be able to make a dent in that, as you all know, would be a beautiful thing. 75% who receive the services will not experience a move to another placement provider within 90 days after the date of the initial contact. We can go to the next slide. Okay, so we have a variety of state and national partners, and as I've indicated to you early on, it's my hope to just keep adding to those partners. Our current partners are 988. As I've stated, it can be confusing. We're a pillar of 988. The reason we're not under the diagram that you may have seen of how 988 works is because our population is 20 and younger, so it doesn't, though it's part of the workflow under 988, those calls are supposed to be referred to us. It's not listed there because of the age of the population is limited. Another of our partners, and the reason we talk so much about suicide and issues involving suicide, is the Kansas Suicide Prevention Headquarters. So I'm very glad to see a representative on the call today. The providers for this service in this moment are the 26 community mental health centers who are transitioning to become community behavioral health centers. We also partner with the Kansas Children's Services League. They have a 1-800-CHILDREN helpline that offers referral resources. We're on that helpline as a referral resource. And I'm glad Kelsey was mentioned, because we try to partner as much as possible with Kansas Kids Map as well. And we have a 2-year consortium with the University of Connecticut for teaching opportunity. We meet with them twice a month for their Mobile Response Stabilization Services Consortium, and they're helping us to continue to develop our plan for growing and improving all mobile crisis in Kansas, not just the DCF program for adults as well. We've had a number of experiences across demographics, and we can move. Yes, thank you so much. At the very beginning of the program, after we sort of distributed our digital flyer, which I can provide to you all today after this meeting in English, Spanish, Marshallese, and Vietnamese. One of our team members, their son came home from school, and she, when cleaning out his backpack, found the flyer in his backpack. So thank you all. That was in the Valley Hope School District. We tried to distribute the flyers broadly. We welcome any opportunity to continue that process. The flyer has been updated since then, so happy to share it again for anyone who has a need for it or would care to post it. We had another situation of a foster parent who called for help after finding a note written by a young foster child that they were going to kill themselves. The child found out that they were reuniting with their biological family after 2 years of being in the foster home. So the crisis line provided support to the child and talked about ways to maintain the relationship with the foster family. A safety plan was created within the with the foster parent who would monitor for safety, including a contact with the child's outpatient counselor. So it's all about chronically closing the loop with all interested parties and with the support system. And the family crisis line followed up in 48 hours to reassess safety and offer additional support and referral. An 18-year-old called due to self-injurious behaviors. They had feelings of self-harm and were currently living in a group home. The helpline staff explored the feelings and assessed for safety, called the home county's mobile crisis team, and the mobile crisis team went out and was able to keep the members safely at the group home and devised a plan with staff and completed safety planning with the member. A mom called due to her 12-year-olds running away from home and threatening suicide. The mom noted at the time of the call that the police were out looking for the child and agreed to call back. Within the hour, the mom called back upset, noting that the child had been found and indicated the police they wanted to kill themselves by cutting their wrist. The helpline staff provided support, gathered necessary information, and was able to successfully dispatch local crisis to determine next steps. We've also learned through other calls that DCF case managers have carried the flyers to their home visits and have reported families using the helpline, not once, but the same families, sometimes numerous times. So we're grateful for that impact as well. Yes, we can go to the questions and answers. As I said before, do you have to have a certain affiliation to call? The answer is absolutely not. It's for all Kansas youth 20 and younger. Is there a charge for the service? No. If a member is a Medicaid member, the Medicaid will be billed for that member, but for non-Medicaid members, the service is absolutely free of charge. Who can call? Anyone can call on either the Kansas youth themselves, 20 or younger, or someone on behalf of the Kansas youth, teacher, parent, foster parent, coach, even a peer or a friend. What constitutes a crisis? I don't have to tell you all. If the young person feels it's a crisis, if they didn't get a grade they thought they'd get, if their friend moved out of town, if their parents are getting a divorce, it's absolutely up to them to define the crisis. And we go. Will a mobile crisis unit be dispatched every time? No, because we're not there yet. But we're doing everything within our power to keep all the safety net layers in place during those times. And again, I will say, please assist us. If there's a speed bump when you use the service, contact me directly and I'll pull the thread and try to unravel what's happening. What if there's a medical emergency or risk of harm or criminal activity or physical harm? We're doing everything within our power to avoid engaging this service if possible. However, if someone's physically ill and needs an ambulance, they need an ambulance. If they're at risk of physical harm or criminal activity, we do need to continue to call 911 in that case. We are just trying to move that bar a little bit over to the point where if it's not absolutely necessary, we do whatever else is possible to address the situation. And I think that's all I have. It was never going to be a long presentation, but I hoped that it would generate enough interest that that we could address questions and concerns and perspectives afterwards. And yes, I think Carrie would answer the question preemptively that the slide deck will be sent out to the participants, and that number 2, I can provide the digital versions of the helpline flyer in English, Spanish, Marshallese, and Vietnamese for distribution as well as needed.
Francis, what are the avenues that you are currently disseminating the availability of this resource? And are there any things that our membership can do to get the word out about the availability of this?
I will say that we can temper what we say by saying very simply, Carrie, if you think this is a good idea, we're working towards sending an in-person mobile dispatch every time. It is occurring and it can occur. But the main thing in this moment is there is a person, a licensed clinical professional on the other end of this phone 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. There should be little to no wait time to get that person on the phone for a discussion and a triage and guidance and assistance and a referral to the local community mental health center in dispatch, if possible, in that community. As you all can imagine, there are certain rural communities where an in-person dispatch is not readily available in this moment. I will tell you, the state is running towards making that so. And Gary, I'm glad you popped on because I'm glad Gary popped on because he has a lot of the nuances of what is becoming quickly available through additional funding to the community mental health centers, policy changes, and of course the certified community behavioral health center transition makes it so that's a part of that CCBHC paradigm that that mobile crisis is available, in-person mobile crisis.
This is Gary. It's incredibly important for us to really think about that fact. I mean, CCBHC certification is being touted as and I agree, is the largest change to our mental health system since the mental health reform. And part of CCBHC complete certification will be that they have mobile crisis available. So that is a huge piece of this. And right now we have almost by the end of this fiscal year, every CMHC in the state of Kansas will have at least provisional certification. That's the goal. Right now, the majority of them do. I think we're a little over 20 that have at least provisional, and one that has full certification. But as I'm listening to what this group can think about, one of the things that comes to mind is a youth group out in Western Kansas that was able to, on the back of the student IDs, get the helpline information printed on the back of the student IDs and the school IDs so that every student, teacher, person that had an ID had that information right there. I think that that's something that we could be thinking about in the sense, putting the helpline, putting 988 in a place like that. I had students who told me they made sure that the information was in the bathroom. I mean, anything we can do to get that information out is huge. But those are some simple things, engaging the youth. Later this morning, you're going to hear from one of my pet projects, a program that's underneath my my provision is Y-Link, and it's just a good thing. Fran has supported us greatly with this effort, but engaging those groups in your area, and if you don't have one, later this afternoon, I strongly encourage you to think about it. But engaging those groups in your area and asking the youth, how do we get this information to you? Whether that's through those student ID badges or anything else. We're talking about saving kids' lives. And I can't think of a more important issue. And making, through the CCBHC, making our current behavioral health system more responsive to doing just that, being there for not just children, but children, families, everybody across the board. And thank you, Fran, again, for all the support you've given that group.
About it, Gary, so you know that I know that you know that it's probably number one right now.
I know that as this has gone into place, I have been, I guess, astounded at the immediate use of it like, and very grateful, I guess, too, that people saw it, but you have pretty steady numbers. And so it's absolutely being utilized, right? And you talked about your dashboard. Do you see anything, places where we as a council might, I guess, geographically the information might need to be pushed out into schools more than another?
I don't want to usurp anything Gary would say, because I feel like he probably has maybe
Is that part of his
more incisive perspective. But what I would say is I had the opportunity at last year's Y-Link event at the Capitol, just an impromptu little moment with one of the Y-Link groups. And what I let them know, and in what our Kansas Suicide Prevention Headquarters, I think, is working towards, is that in this moment, if you call 988, it picks you up by your area code. And if it so happens your phone is a phone from Missouri, it'll pick you up as a Missouri caller and try to direct you there. So I guess the point I'm making is when we're disseminating this information, and I'm an advocate of taking these flyers and plastering them all over school. And I love the idea about putting the helpline on the back of student IDs. I think that's brilliant. But the message is, if you're calling with a area code from out of state, one of the very first things you should probably say is, I'm calling from Kansas. And I know that Kansas Suicide Prevention Headquarters is working on making it like 911, where they know where you are regardless of the area code you're calling from. But I think it's an important point, because we don't want to lose 1 second having a caller directed to the wrong state.
You're talking about the geolocation stuff, and the geolocation is there's a lot of controversy around it. A lot of folks are worried that that just because if I'm wherever I'm at and I call in, that automatically police and law enforcement are going to be sent to where I'm at, which they think will trigger an event. That's not that has happened. It's not always true, but it has happened. And the inability, I don't know how many of you have been on the call with somebody who's talking about suicide. I've been there a few times, and I have been there when the person actually completed that action. But the idea of us being able to figure out where somebody is a big deal. I am impressed always by the work that headquarters is doing, and that any of the call centers are doing. Being able to deal with these kind of crises on a text line, to me, I guess I'm very old school. That's amazing, how they're doing it. Or even on the phone. It's incredibly difficult work. Yeah. I think the one thing that we can do is really work to make sure that all of our school districts are looking realistically at what needs to happen. We had a school district 2 years ago that had two youths that died by suicide within a matter of a couple of months. And I went in there with my team and attempted to give them a ton of resources, all free, no cost, and they took advantage of nothing. We can't make school districts do things, but we can offer them. Again, it's all opening up that conversation, reducing that stigma, educating folks. But it's goes back to another one of my heartaches, and I see a situation like that and I know we can do so much and I can't get people to take advantage of it.
Little shout out for, oh, sorry, Gary.
Go ahead.
One more little shout out for Kansas Suicide Prevention Headquarters, and I may be speaking out of turn, but on the off chance that the word hasn't got out, they've initiated, I'll refer to it as a teen warm line, peer warm line, and because I know the age groups are a little further out, but they've initiated a peer warm line here at the prevention headquarters in Lawrence, and it's a beautiful thing because guess what? Add those layers, right, Gary? Just add the layers.
You can't say enough about what's happening at headquarters. You really can't. I have an incredibly I don't know. It's hard to describe the work that they're doing. And if anybody on this group would like to visit them, I mean, I think they would allow you to do that and get a real clue of what's happening there. They answer pretty much all but three counties in Kansas now?
It will be 3 when Wyandotte County comes online, but right now we answer all but 2. And we do get rollover calls from those 2 if they're not able to answer them.
Yeah. So, I mean, this is an amazing amount of work, and they have made some incredible strides. We've been working with headquarters. My team has for a while now, and it's amazing the growth and the expansion. And you should brag. I'll leave it up to headquarters. You should brag on your answer rate.
It is high. I don't know what it is. I don't work on it's like 94, I think. Is that right?
It is in the 90 percentile. Yeah, I was going to say 94 or 96% answer rate, which is in the last several years a huge jump from where we were. Huge.
Absolutely. Thank you all for shouting out HQ. It's a really special place to me, and I'm glad that it has become what it is. I'm really proud of it. Thank you.
Well, every time I tour it, I think, I always ask them, when I retire, do you have a place for me to help you out here? Because I think it's such incredible work that they're doing there, and I'm really not that far from them.
And by the way, as someone who's been there myself with a fair amount of trepidation for obvious reasons, it's a lovely place. It's not an anxious place. It's not a scary place. It's a warm, loving, kind, beautiful place.
But to get back to what we can do, anything we can do to raise that awareness, anything we can do to slow, to change that stigma. Again, later today, you'll hear about Y-Link. Y-Link is doing some major work in the youth population in the sense of changing that. I can talk all day to people, but when the youth come up and say, we can, as we tried to bring in programs, but if the youth group in the school says, we want to sponsor mental health first aid for all of the teachers in the school, that's a different ask.
Mm-hmm. It is.
So
all right.
I'll be quiet, but because I could talk about this forever.
Can I ask a quick question, Carrie? Hey, Francis, I'm sorry. I think I might be asking you to repeat some information, but I got pulled away during a part of your presentation that I wanted to hear. And it was about what constitutes a crisis question, which can make a huge difference in the timing of how something goes down. And I was just wondering if you could elaborate on some things, kind of the difference between a situation that is a crisis or isn't a crisis. I was having a conversation with one of the youth in our program recently, and some of what he was saying was sort of brinking on what I would consider to be vaguely suicidal language, you know what I mean? And I wasn't super sure how to go about navigating that conversation. And so, that in itself wasn't a crisis, but my intuition was saying this needs to be shared with someone, and, so can you elaborate just a little bit on what parents or families or guardians or even friends should be looking for when it comes to what's a crisis and what's not?
Okay, I will tell you, and I don't mean this in a bad way, the bar is incredibly low for what a crisis is. And this is the example I'll give you. And Erica may have something to say about whether you should recommend calling the suicide prevention helpline versus, say the DCF helpline. When my girl baby was 14, she took a student trip to Japan. And her host family treated her like theirs. And she found their culture to be very kind and giving and quiet and lovely. And that was 2 weeks. And she sort of started to feel like Japan was her real home. And she got home. Now, granted, this is a long flight too. It would be a lot on grown people, but she was 14. She got home and took to her bed and would not stop crying because she missed her host family and she missed her home. So, we've had this thing since she was wee little. I would just bring her cheese and crackers to bed. And it worked. And she needed some sleep. She needed sleep. But my point to you is that was a crisis to her. So the question becomes not whether you call, but what number you call. Erica, always jump in, Erica, because they're the subject matter experts, right, about the suicide issue. Always jump in.
Sure.
They may just need someone to talk to. In that case, I could think that the pure warm line that KSPHQ has would be a good option. I could think that the DCF helpline would be a good option. And Erica, this is where I'm going to need correction. It's possible that someone wouldn't want to call the suicide prevention line because they would think it was too much of a leap of faith to do that. But if we could give them the option of calling just to talk to someone, I saw Brooks at an event, Brooks Robertson of KSPHQ a week or so ago, and he said, a lot of times you just have to be the vessel and let people say what they need to say and not make any response or any comment or any, and I'm going to leave it to Erica at that point, except to say, if it was a crisis to my 14-year-old after having come back from a student trip to Japan, it's a crisis if they see it as a crisis. And the question becomes which number to call.
Thank you. Yeah, I love that. It really hit home when you said it's not when to call, it's which number to call. That makes a lot of sense. And I am definitely also curious to hear from Erica on this one.
Yeah, thank you. So I think if someone says, it hurts, we just take that as seriously as we can and we just call. I think what you all should know is that you don't have to be suicidal to call headquarters. You can call for any reason at any time. We talk to people who are suicidal, of course. We talk to people who are worried about somebody else. We talk to people who just had a bad day and need someone to talk to. So when in doubt, I would say call us. And also, I think part of your question, Brad, struck me, which was how do I navigate this conversation? As in what it sounds like as someone who is already safe to this individual, right? And I think that everyone is equipped to have an entry level conversation with someone who may be at risk of suicide. And if you are looking for like training on how to do that, I can put some links in the chat that's free training. So, free training is always great. But for just to kind of better equip you to have those conversations, to be able to know like, okay, my gut is saying this, how do I start? So I'll link in the chat to that. And then, I guess what I'll leave with you all with is like, when in doubt, just give us a call.
Thank you both. Thank you both so very much. I know for me, that was a lot of new information. So I appreciate that. And I appreciate the good questions, Brad. We all have that question, at one time or another, it seems. What's the point that you seek help or something like that? And so that was a good question. But Francis, thank you so much. Gary, thanks for the input. And if we have any more questions or thoughts, we'll get back in touch with you. And thank you for sharing with us what you have. All right. So Betty has had a little tech issue. So I'm just filling in for a little bit. Okay, so John Calvert, are you with us? We want
I'm ready to go.
Hey, aren't you always ready to go, John? You are.
Absolutely.
Okay, and you're going to talk to us about what we call MHIT, Mental Health Intervention Team.
Yeah.
So update us on that, and it's all yours.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for the introduction. Thank you for being able to present over a program that I am so blessed to be a part of. I think it's funny. This is the face of the MHIT program. I'm the one who's in charge of presenting to the state board or to the legislators. But the heart, the soul, the boots on the ground is Angie Brungart. She is absolutely amazing. I have enjoyed working with her over the last year or so. She is also on this call, and she will help kind of fill in all of the gaps. I'm going to give you a 30,000-foot view of what the program is, where it was, what we're doing now, and the amazing work that our liaisons and school districts are doing across the state. And then she's going to come in and really hit hard with the boots on the ground, and then we'll answer any kind of questions. My goal in life is to never look at the negatives. I am very, very good at trying to spin negative situations into positives. And so when we talk about the hope that is going on, man, I got to say, my wife's not on this call, but I will tell you that my wife is probably the best person in education that I know. She is the reason that I was successful as a school resource officer. She's the reason I'm successful now. And she doesn't know that, so don't tell her that, okay? She's had to put up with me. We've been married for 14 years. And she is an amazing elementary school principal who just loves kids and wants to do what's best for kids every time. She has been with a district where every year she breaks something. A child will break her foot. Last year, she broke her foot twice. She had a hematoma in her leg, all because of restraints or whatever else is going on. But she doesn't care, and she doesn't want to ever punish the student. This year, the injury came early this year. She was talking with a student, and the student headbutted her in the face, fractured her cheek, and gave her a concussion. My wife did not miss a day of work. The student did not miss a day of school. They were back in the same building the very next day, and my wife was loving on the kid. As a dad or as her husband, I'm like, wait a minute. Maybe you take a day off. She doesn't want to do that. She wants to do what's best for kids. And so finding that hope in that, and just knowing that my wife is absolutely amazing, and just how much she cares for kids, and knowing that she's not the only educator, she's not the only administrator in the state of Kansas who is like that. We have some fantastic staff members and support staff across the state. Somebody joked about it earlier. I don't know anything about Taylor Swift. I'll be completely honest with you. I'm not a Swiftie, but my 12-year-old daughter is a Swiftie, and I get real tired of hearing about Taylor Swift. But I can also tell you, looking at the bright side, finding the hope in the world, I've had a phenomenal 3 weeks with my daughter, who has sat next to me on the couch and watched 3 NFL football games from start to finish because she wants to watch Taylor Swift. Whatever. I'm cool with that. I'm going to find the bright side of having to watch Taylor Swift in between each play. And you know what that is? I get to have really awesome conversations with my 12-year-old daughter. We'll talk about Taylor Swift and she'll tell me all the stuff, but then we'll talk football, and then we'll talk life, and we'll talk school, and we'll talk everything else. And it's just fantastic time with my daughter. The last picture here, this last hope, is going to strike real close to home for me right now because it's still on my surface. This weekend, this is Max Schachter. I was invited by Max this last weekend, to go to Parkland, Florida. If that sounds familiar, that is the site of the Stoneman Douglas High School shooting back on February 14th, 2018. And Max called me up a few weeks ago and invited me to be one of just a handful of people who we were actually able to enter that 1200 building where the shooting took place. That building has been locked down and been in evidence for the last 5.5 years. It was turned over, and there were about 150 of us total who got to go in groups and do this guided tour through the building. And when I tell you that it was frozen in time, it was frozen in time. I was able to see the hallways, the classrooms. I entered classrooms. I saw lesson plans on the board, notes that were being written, Starbucks drinks, food, all of the things. And it, in a time where it was so heavy, I can tell you it was the word that I'm using is impactful, because I can't think of a better word other than it was very, very impactful for me to come back to Kansas and continue to go above and beyond for the safety of our kids and our schools and our staff members in our schools, and to see firsthand what went on. Kind of rejuvenated me into this fight to not think of safety as a destination, but to continue to think of it as a journey. And so that is the hope that I have, turning if you would, the negatives or the heartbreaks into positives, that we're going to continue to go above and beyond and save lives. And one of the ways that we do that, especially here in Kansas, we've said it, I've said it in this position for the last 5.5 years, is that we can't have a safe school without addressing mental health. Mental health is such a huge deal. When we talk again, statistically speaking, pre-pandemic numbers, 1 in 13 of our kids would attempt suicide. Not think about or talk about or have a plan or post or whatever, but physically actually attempt. We can't have a safe school without addressing mental health. And post-pandemic, it's only brought it to the limelight. And one of the ways that we do that, again, is through the Mental Health Intervention Team program. And what is the MHIT program? It focuses on those K-12 students. We identify those students. We connect them with the already the network that's already there with our mental health providers. The program provides money and funding to hire liaisons so that their job is to run around, which is exactly what they do. They run around and help identify those kids and work with the parents and work with the school districts and work with the mental health providers to connect these students and provide services inside of the school. Being an SRO for 6 years, I saw it all the time. I can't take my son to therapy. I can't take my daughter to case management. It doesn't work because I have to take a half a day off work. My kid misses a half a day of school. The nearest center is 40 minutes away. I don't have the gas money. All of those barriers that we've unintentionally put up, this helps break down because we're bringing that therapy, that case management, whatever is needed, we're bringing it inside of the school. So the student would get pulled out of a class for 45 minutes for an hour, and then they're right back in the class. And so that's what this is. That's what this does. The school and the mental health providers identify one or more of the areas of concern, whether that be academics, attendance, they're internalizing behaviors or externalizing behaviors. And again, those liaisons, I've heard it, they're the center fielder, they're the bridge, they're the traffic cop. They go through and they help identify kids, they train staff, they work with the paperwork with the parents. If they are licensed, they can provide some services that way as well. But they are working with mental health providers, having the tough conversations with the parents, making sure all the paperwork and the MOUs and everything is signed off, so that this is a service again that can be provided inside the school districts. And there's waivers so that we can communicate with each other. We hear all the time, oh, this person knew this and this person knew that, but we weren't able to talk to each other and really get a full picture and put the puzzle together. We're getting the waivers and the MOUs prepared so that we can all talk together and truly provide the wraparound services for the kiddos, for the families, so that we're helping our kids and our staff and our families inside of our schools so that they can continue to be present in school. When we talk about absenteeism and the negative effects that has, we can continue to go above and beyond for our kiddos. The funding piece this year and for the last 5 years, it's been in the proviso bill. So it's a year-to-year funding. It's a year-to-year grant. Right now, it's a $13.5 million grant. And it's been in that proviso since 2018. Like I said, the unfortunate part is that it is a proviso. So I already have districts who are calling me and saying, hey, next school year, we want to get into the program. What are the chances that we stay in the program? And I say, we got to wait till the proviso bill comes out. I am very confident that this bill will continue to be around for years to come. I know the State Board of Education has come out and said that they support it. I know legislators have come out to say they support it. Last year, they tried to codify it into law so that we could have more confidence. But right now, it is a year to year. And that funding, the districts apply to us and say, hey, we're going to hire X number of liaisons. This is how much money we need. The grant provides 75% of that to the districts that they can draw down for their liaison funding. The remaining 25% is matched then by the school districts to help pay for that liaison. We then give them 25% as flow through money through the districts to their mental health provider. And I know that says CMHC, but that could be a private provider as well. Whether it be a CMHC, a private provider, a CCBHC, whatever it may be, whoever that mental health provider is gets that 25% as flow through money to help with their costs of travel and offsetting things there that way as well. Like I said, it started in 2018. It started with 9 pilot school districts. And I got to point out to you that out of the 9, we had 3 of some of the largest districts. We have Kansas City, Kansas. We have Topeka 501. We have Wichita. Just massive, massive districts that started off with those 9 pilots. And then you see the pilot community mental health centers. That's how it started in 2018. It funded 45 liaisons. A total of 1,708 students were served, and of those students, 212 were in the foster care program system. And we know that, and we've been tasked by the legislator to keep track of those foster care students and those students in foster care, because we know a lot of times that when you are displaced, when you are placed in foster care, you immediately need to have some wraparound services and just somebody there to help you out. And whether that be with a mental health provider or group therapy or a case manager, whatever that may be, that is what the legislation has tasked us with doing. So by the numbers, 2018 to 2022 to 23 school year, we've seen Not only have our students served grown, but the number of districts we've been involved with has grown. We've grown from 9 districts to 66 districts last year, and the grant paid for 150 liaisons. We served a total of 6,014 students last school year. 552 of those were foster care students or students in the foster care system. And I said earlier that statistically 1 in 13 of our youth will attempt suicide. And I'm not saying that is I'm not going to go with all 500,000 school kiddos, but if I just take 6,014 and divide it by 13, statistically out of those 6,000 that have just asked for help, 463 of them have attempted suicide. And so the fact that we are able to get in and provide help there in those 66 districts to our 6,000 kids is, again, one of the reasons that this is my favorite program that I get to be a part of, and I'm so blessed to be a part of. This school year, 23-24, we have 90 school districts. So we went from 66 school districts to 90 school districts. We've hired 182 liaisons. And like it says there, we have 24 new districts. This is growing at the appropriate rate. We're hoping and we're seeing that we're not overwhelming our mental health system and capacity as of right now. I'd love for this to be in 286 districts right here, right now. But I think if we opened it up to every single district, I think there would be some districts who would push back against it. And I also think that we're not ready to do that yet as far as the capacity for our mental health providers. So I think we're growing at the appropriate rate. We're able to provide services to kids all over the state. 2 years ago, we did have a Wichita State study that was mandated by the legislature. They wanted an effectiveness study. So we did partner with Wichita State to do that. And one of the things that Wichita State said was, we can't determine whether this is an effective program because we don't have student by student data, and we won't track individual student data. I don't want it. Actually, per legislation, I can't have it anyway, but I definitely don't want it because I don't want to put up any kind of barriers that would hinder kids coming and asking for help. Oh, if I go ask for help, the state's going to know my name. The state's going to know who I am. That's not the case. It is, I get numbers and that's it. And Wichita State said aggregate data is not adequate. But that's all I have, that's all I want, and that's all I'll give out, because I'm not going to sacrifice the kiddos in this program so that we can try and figure out whether this is truly effective. We know this is truly effective. But things that I like to point out that Wichita State did say is that the school-wide impacts included improved school climate, a decrease in stigma, an increase in resources and mental health services. We saw and we see all the time talking to our liaisons that kids in the program are recommending that their friends get into the program. Hey, I'm going through this rough time. Maybe it's a parent divorce. Maybe it's something else going on. And man, I came in and I was really scared, but I talked to my counselor, I talked to my therapist, and I got involved in this program, and I tell you, I feel a lot better. And you know what? You should get in this program too. It's amazing to me that in 2023, we have a stigma around mental health. I have a document on my desk from 1987, and it says that suicide is the 6th leading cause of death of our kids. But we can't talk about it, because if we talk about it, then they're going to get the idea and there's going to be copycats and they're going to do it. In a world of social media and internet and everything being available to our kids right here on their phone, we have to talk about it, because in 2021, suicide was the 2nd leading cause of death of our kids. So not talking about it didn't solve the problem. We've got to talk to our kids. We've got to make sure that we can help them. And this program, per Wichita State, is doing that. It's decreasing the stigma. And then we know that we have the right people in place. We have the right liaisons. They are amazing, amazing individuals that I'm so blessed that I get to talk to and work with and hear from on a constant basis. They constantly responded that they have seen a reduction in stigma, improved outcomes, better coordination for care, and communication. And that, again, is the thing that breaks down time and time again, is that communication. The left hand has got to know what the right hand is doing. And again, this is what Wichita State is showing us. They again said that the dedication and commitment of the liaisons and mental health staff involved with this program was evident throughout the process and can be seen in the extraordinary strong response to the survey. The high rate of response is an indication of the perceived impact of the program. So basically, Wichita State said this is a fantastic program. It's doing great things, but we don't have specific student data to tell you that it's doing great things. But everything else with this study points to the fact that it's doing great things. And that, again, is hats off to our liaisons, to Angie Brungard, who is just working her tail off and, again, has to work with me. And so the fact that she's able to do that and our liaisons are doing that, and our mental health professionals, I definitely don't want to leave them out either. It is truly amazing that they continue to go above and beyond for our kids. We ask for success stories because numbers are numbers. And I can tout numbers all day long, but when you hear from kiddos and you hear from liaisons or staff that staff become so familiar and comfortable with referring kids, we don't have eyes on just those kids, right? Like, I know when I was in school, I was that kid. I remember very, very vividly teachers having classroom discussions, but saying, John, you have to do this and not class. We're not just able to focus on the John, right? We're able to focus on all the kids, from the quietest kid who we may not think might need or have issues to the loudest kid with the loudest behaviors. We're seeing that many students weren't getting therapy because families struggled taking them, but now they're guaranteed services inside of the school, and they're able to get it. And so again, we're breaking down those barriers. It's fantastic. And the number one reason I will always and continue to fight for this program, to fight for our liaisons, is I get success stories like this. High school student says, my therapist saved my life. And I'm not here to play the political game. I'm not here to do anything like that. But I can tell you that if we save one life, there's not a dollar amount that anyone here is going to assign that says, well, we'll cap it at this. No, if we save one life, it's worth a bajillion, cajillion dollars. And so for students to be able to have the voice and to have the words to communicate that, to say, hey, they saved my life, I would not be here. That is why we continue to do this program. It is why I will continue to fight for this program and the amazing things that are being done. This is a map. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to Angie Brungard. You guys have listened to me speak for long enough, so I'll turn that over to Angie. And when she is done, we'll go with questions.
Thank you, John. Really appreciate it. Yeah. Talking about the heart of this program, I'm going to go with that theme too, because I was at the statewide meeting on Tuesday, and goodness gracious, my voice cracked when I looked around the room and saw the big hearts. It was a statewide meeting for our mental health intervention team program, school-based liaisons, and their mental health providers. We had therapists there too, and case managers. So we had a really good representation. The reason why I'm showing you the state map is it's broken into school districts. The solid colors are school districts that we have had up until this year. The striped school districts are brand new. So those are the programs that reached out to us. It's an open application process, and reached out to us and said, hey, we could use your services partnering with community mental health centers. And so we've seen a lot of growth this year. And I like to point out on this map that you're not seeing a lot of standalone school districts. And part of that, I believe, is because word of mouth. One school district will talk to another and they will say, oh my gosh, you have to have this program. It's working. It's breaking down those barriers and giving kids and families what they need, which is much deserved therapy and case management services in the school building. It's pretty amazing. Let's go ahead with the next slide, if you don't mind. this is the a listing of our brand new school districts. And what I think it shows on here is how diverse our school districts are. And that is also a reflection of the diversity of our program. Like John mentioned in the beginning, we took on some very large school districts. And because of that experience, we were able to diversify the program into being able to serve school districts that are as small as 1A. We have some school districts that are serving 3 school buildings. That's a wonderful testament to how unique this program is and how it fits into each community. What we find is that the administrators are seeing this partnership accelerates lot and breaks lots of barriers down with local mental health providers, community mental health centers, CCBHCs, private providers. And that's what we want, is to continue to grow this program and work with anyone who will allow us in the application process. Let's see. One of the things that I wanted to point out on this slide is a shout out to Dodge City. So we're getting all the way across the state, partnering with Compass Behavioral Health. Another large school district that is dipping their feet into the program. I was able to visit out in Junction City, 475 Geary County. They have 1 school-based liaison there. It's a huge school district, but what they're doing is they're setting up the program for success. They're adding that worker to all of their other services within the school so that they can create a template for future expansion. So it's pretty exciting to see. And then the next slide, John. This is a practice that we've started as our program has grown, and that is dividing into regional meetings. Most of these meetings have already taken place this year, but we meet so that we can get face-to-face interaction with our providers and kind of learn from one another. Because of the diversity of each program, we find that if we're able to share our hiccups and challenges along the way, we're also able to hear someone with different experience or different ideas. And that is one of the luxuries of this program is we're able to flex this program to fit its communities. And if we share those ideas and collaborate, we're not reinventing the wheel, we're just perfecting it. So let's see, and next slide. This month, October, we're focusing on our foster care providers. We're hearing our legislature say, make that connection, reinforce it, and that's what we're doing. Our monthly meeting, over 100 of our liaisons were able to attend and listen to our foster care partners describe the process, what it looks like when a foster care student walks through the door, how our program can assist with that, and reinforcing those, direct services so that we can efficiently get the kids the services that they need. It was a really helpful meeting, and spurred along with that several different meetings that myself and the Association of Community Mental Health Centers are partnering with, meeting foster care workers where they're at so that we can ensure that they know who our providers are too. So we're going both ways, doing the best we can to reinforce that connection. So, and that's the information that we're provided for our foster care workers in the regions. It gives our school liaisons a one point of contact so that we're able to reach out and double check and make sure that we've got all the kids accounted for. So, and I think I have one more, and that's a shout out to this group. Our school liaisons are actively using our prevention toolkit. They love it. It's efficient. There's actually a QR code in case you guys haven't flipped through it just yet on page 6, and it shows all of the forms that we're able to fill in and customize for each school district. It's absolutely lovely. It's something that we're just very thankful for this group for all the hard work and wonderful minds that went into this. So, and that's all I have. Open to questions or, anything. We're happy to help. We've put our emails on there, contact information. But I'll stand for questions with John.
Actually, I'm going to jump in if I may, because this is Betty here. Starting with disaggregating data. And my question is it possible that it can be disaggregated based on behavior and needs without associating that directly to individual student information?
When we do the report out, that's what we do. We say, hey, listen, we served 6,000 kids. Of those 6,000 kids, we saw improved attendance, behavior, internalizing, externalizing, all of these things, and we just give them the numbers, right? But yes, we don't put names or anything with
right,
that.
Right. And I guess I'm not drilling down to where I'm trying to go with this, John. So let me give it another stab. When we try to get support for this from our legislatures, the need has to be established. It's we have to show them certain things. So I'm going to pick on a category such as student violence, which is on the rise. If that is a critical area that's identified, can data be disaggregated to the point that we can say, and I'm just going to throw some numbers I'm making up. Let's say that we have a total of 2,000 students across the state that have exhibited violent behavior in the setting. Of those 2,000 students, because of this type of intervention, we have shown that the number has gone from 2 to 1 or 1 to 500. Do you see where I'm trying to go with that? Because if the need is not strong and solid in the minds of those that control the purse strings, then the purse strings can be tightened. So that's where I'm trying to go with that question.
So what we currently do, and we can make changes, absolutely. But what we currently do is we allow them to, I'm trying to do 10 things at once here real quick. I'm getting ready to pull up our end of year report. Go ahead, Angie.
I can provide a sense of this too. There's clinical data. I have a background in social work and have done crisis therapy. So I do have experience with working with people who have mental health issues and therapeutic relationships. There's a lot that goes into providing that therapy that is clinical, diagnosing, and assessing a person. That is happening. That is happening at the mental health provider level. What happens with that information is it almost gets filtered into the 4 categories and into the educational language that works for our school liaisons. So instead of a therapist saying, you know, I'm diagnosing this student with, they may say, relating to their behavior in the classroom, let the teacher know that we are dealing with this and this, and a lot of communication back and forth on their educational goals. But those 4 indicators, the internalizing and externalizing behaviors, internalizing, you know, thought processes, externalizing violence, what you were speaking about, we are capturing that data at a very surface level. Because again, our role is focusing on the educational goals of those students. And so we want to pair it with, is the services that they're receiving with that in that therapeutic relationship transferring over to their success. Does that
The
help?
reason it does, and let me put this on your radar. I don't want to monopolize, but I do have some concerns. Right now, there's a lot of focus and attention being placed on student violence. Okay, that's a given. And the solutions that are being tossed around has more to do with expulsions, not suspensions. We are going to start expelling these students for a year if they display this type of behavior. So from my perspective, I would love to see the associations being made in perhaps a more overt way. Because I feel if we are looking at expulsions for the violence, the fighting, we are pulling the rug from under a lot of students with mental health issues. And we don't have to spend a lot of time on that. I really just wanted to get that out. The other question that I have, when we're talking about foster care students, and that's an area that I feel very, very passionate about. So I'm looking at, and I don't have a benchmark for reference. So when you say 552 foster care students are being served, I have no idea what that ratio is in terms of 552 students, and we have 1,000 over the state that are in foster care. That has been identified as a great concern, foster care students, and really we do feel that they need a lot more attention since they don't have a permanent support group. Is there any way we can address that where instead of the 552, that it's put in a percentage so that we have a perspective of the ratio of X number of students in the system, so that we see, okay, is this 25% of those that are in foster care? Is this 50%? Or even if there's a way to show it where of the X number of students that are in foster care, this amount is being served, because we do have an idea of the number of students. So there's a benchmark there. I think that would be a good use of data if we could look at it in that sense. My concern is how we are conveying this information to stakeholders, especially those that control the purse strings. because my understanding is there is now a push being put on to eliminate SEL in schools. And so the more pressing or our numbers are, I think it improves our chances of remaining stable in the school system. You're doing great things. It's just, as you were talking, these were little ideas that came to my mind. So thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Ms. Arnold. We appreciate you and your support.
Agreed.
Hey, this is Maureen, and I know we're well past due for a break at this point. So for those of you who don't know, I represent the McKinney-Vento homeless kids across the state. I'm the state coordinator. I'd like to shout out to Betty for her ongoing support of our McKinney-Vento kids. But as I'm looking at the county map that Angie put up, and I can follow up with you guys because we're in the same building theoretically anyway, when you guys aren't out and about. But, you know, we have probably 10,000 McKinney-Vento kids statewide this year. And if we're looking at the numbers of foster care kids and just kind of extrapolating what we anticipate our McKinney-Vento percentage of kids to be, and then looking at the map that Angie put up, I know we've got concentrations of McKinney-Vento kids in those areas of the map that are being served by your grant. So I don't know if there was ever any discussion about identifying the McKinney-Vento kids via a survey. I know the foster care kids are probably a little more identifiable because housing status is FERPA protected. So it's just not something that we may be capturing, but it's just something to think about. Like, how many of these students that you're serving are McKinney-Vento kids? And that might not be easy because by definition, they may be bouncing through more than one or even two school districts during the year. So I'm just going to throw that out. And thank you, Betty, for your ongoing support. Always appreciate seeing you at the state board meeting.
And I have to jump in on that because I don't know how many of you are aware in terms of the board's position as it has to do with McKinney-Vento. We had a very close and scary vote on that. You look at 6-4. And so I have to agree that that's an area that needs to be emphasized so that, again, when we talk about stakeholders, we talk about those people that control purse strings, how the state board is viewing McKinney-Vento students. Do they really understand what's involved there? So it does indicate, as you're saying, we need stronger information so that if we can gather support, then we've done everything we need to do. Just had to piggyback on that.
All right. So this pretty well takes us up to, if there aren't any more questions, thank you, Angie and John and Maureen. Thanks for making that great connection. So Jane and I were having a side conversation about a break for lunch, and that maybe we might need more than 15 minutes. So would the group want to entertain us taking a break from until it is 11? If we take a break now until 11:45, is that enough? Or do you need longer?
Actually, I think we really should allow a little longer. I was looking at that and wondering.
But then we need to check with Gary because on Andre is on to present at 11:45. Would he still be available at noon?
I see Andreas is on.
Yeah. Yeah, this is Andreas.
Oh,
That
Andreas.
works for you, Andreas,
Yeah,
at
that
noon?
works.
Okay. So if we break for lunch now until noon,
That's perfect.
we get thumbs up for that.
Yes, that's perfect. Let's do it.
Okay. Good deal. Then we are officially
right.
at lunch. I'll put that in the chat in case anybody comes on.
Thank you.
I'm on a break. Hi, buddy. Come on.
Gary Hinault, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
So just before we get started, I want to say I was entertained by your comment about people with your last name that most likely you're related to. I share that. My last name is Tabasco. There aren't too many of us that were not related. So
Yeah, my brother, I've never met somebody with my last name that I wasn't related. And my brother is actually, when he was in the service, was with a guy with the name Hinault,
yeah.
and found out that his grandfather and our grandfather were cousins.
What?
When they immigrated here and lived within 100 miles of each other and never knew that the other one was there.
Wow.
And they met when they were in their mid 90s again.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Well,
but in France, Hinault's a very, it's like Smith.
is it? Okay. Well, we're Czechoslovakian, so I don't know how prevalent it is, but most of us are concentrated in the New York, New Jersey area. So anyway, thank you for sharing that. I understand. I hear you.
I was quite surprised. I was like, really? And I do know an Erica Hinault, and I was like, what is she doing that she's on here?
Right? Right. Okay.
That's so good. Looks like we've got almost everyone coming back on. If anyone did join us a little later or coming back on, if you didn't put your name and organization in the chat, we appreciate if you do that. And then also, just as a reminder that you can save these group chats yourself to your own desktop by hovering your cursor over top of the three little dots or on the bottom of the chat window, and a little bar should pop up that says save chat, and then that will save it, as well as what I always use it for is all the links that end up getting posted. It's always really helpful. So with that, Betty, I'll shoot it your way. You want to get our next speaker started?
Carrie, you go right ahead. You're just doing a great job today. Introduce our next speaker.
All right. Hey, so we're going to learn. We had a little preview, of this earlier this morning, and it's wonderful how things are connected. And we're going to learn from our youth engagement specialist with Wiley. And I believe Andre, is that right? Is it Andre?
Yeah,
and
Andreas.
you have Andre, and you have someone else with you. I saw Shayla.
Yes.
Hey. So I'm going to toss it your way. If you need to, I already can't remember if you're going to share a screen or slide. So
yeah.
Kayla, Nicole, or
Let's
let you figure that out.
All right. Well, thank you everyone for this opportunity to go over what we're doing at KDADS. So, I did debate and forensics in high school, so I'd like to give my audience a roadmap. And so we'll go over introductions, and then we'll go over to Wiley's scope of work. Then we'll have our panel and our Q&A session. And so let's begin. And so YLink is a program that's under KDADS, as stands for Youth Leaders in Kansas. 3 folks touch intimately YLink. As you know, Gary is our director. Linda Buckheister is our children's program manager. And I am Andres Mata, the youth engagement specialist. And believe this is my third month with the agency. Prior to coming to the state, I was a GED instructor in Salina. And before that, I was a manager at Sam's Club. But more importantly, I spent over 15 years of my life. I just turned 25 the other day. But I spent over 15 years of my life dedicated to getting or ensuring that youth are at the table. More importantly, rural Kansas. So I'm from Salina. And so, everything just happens to stop in Salina. And so that's been my experience. And so, I first heard of Y-Link on the job posting, right? And so I'm very dedicated and passionate about, making sure that program is accessible throughout the state of Kansas on all 105 counties. And so that's a little bit about me and what I bring to the conversation. And so in a nutshell, Youth Leaders in Kansas is essentially a group for youth ages 12 and 18. So that's about middle of 8th grade to senior high school. And we provide them with opportunities for civic engagement and self-advocacy. And so, at the core of the program is, impacting the community beyond the school walls. And as you'll see throughout our presentation here, that's one of the things we want to carry, or that's our theme we want to carry throughout the presentation. And this is a program that touches, urban, rural, and everyone in between, and has been active for 7 years. This program at first originated with, mental health centers and those students who were customers of their services. And as you know, when you start small, you quickly expand. And so you'll see we have expanded exponentially in 7 years. So as part of our program, we have, here's a little bit more about what we aim to do in terms of our activities, but it's really centered around mental health and the stigma reduction, suicide prevention, behavioral health awareness, and the youth voice and advocacy. We're really empowering youth, essentially at the very, we're meeting where they're at, right? And so what we aim to do is to provide that outlet. Youth, I come from an economic development and policy side of the world. And so when I see Y-Link, I see not only a prevention mechanism, but also an economic development program. Because what we're doing, we're providing the tools necessary to impact sustainable change. And that's what sets us apart, not only in the state, but with our peers across the country. Because, I like to say that every group that is in our network is backed by the full faith and credit by the state of Kansas. And so, other programs similar operate as mini cycles, or funding goes away and the program goes away. Whereas us, it's more sustainable, and also come from the grassroots side of the world as well. And so once you have, it's great for the first 5 minutes, everyone's pumped up, but what happens the next 10 minutes, all that energy fizzles out. Whereas here, we're able to act as a conduit and really provide that platform for youth. And another thing that sets us apart in our program is that not only do we provide youth, opportunities for, to have that conversation, but also we walk the walk and talk the talk. And so we, on our behavioral health, or for the Governor's Behavioral Health Services Planning Council, we have 2 slots dedicated for youth. And so, and that's very, unique in that, as you know, that planning council gets reports from the subcommittees, whether it's for prevention, suicide, tobacco, about 7 others total. And so that impacts policy. And so how impactful is it for a 13, 14-year-old student to be on that board with the rest of the adults? And so, and that impacts policy. And so this is really another example of where we're connecting youth to opportunity beyond the school walls. And so that again is our theme. And another way that we support our youth is through a youth conference, usually at the end of the summer, to celebrate their successes throughout the school year. And so we bring it, this upcoming June will be our summer conference, and we are hosting in collaboration with the youth crew group out of Barton County this year, or for 2024. And so, all of our programs, all that is done through our groups is 100% youth led and directed. Their sponsor or their adult sponsor is just there to, someone has to control the purse, power of the purse, or have that money, cross the T's, dot the I's sort of thing. But other than that, it's every group does their own, grabs, we provide the guidelines and they run with it. And so one of the things that Barton County, the youth has identified is that vaping is a huge issue in their school. And so, and that resonates with the youth. And so, they asked us if we could locate and identify a speaker to empower them on how to have the conversations with the school administration, but also peer to peer. And so, it's essentially, they tell us what they essentially tell me what they want, and it's my job to find it and make it happen some way, somehow. Right. And so that is at the core, at the very activities that we provide throughout on the state level or statewide level. And we want to, to enhance our, programming. We have submitted a application for consideration for this national youth advocacy group called Youth Move, and they provide, really an extra benefit for our group specifically in the state of Kansas. And so we provide, or they provide, monthly coaching calls, templates, branded marketing, and chapter chats, really an additional support. And the coolest thing about this is that this is at the national level. And so, we had internal conversations with them. And so we're really hopeful and looking forward to joining their network. And we'll be one of two state agencies that are part of their chapter network, New Mexico being the other. And so, and that's just an added layer of opportunities for our youth that are involved. So here are some of our state events. This past June rather, 90 youth joined us at a statewide conference in Salina. It's very awesome to see, folks, or really students, connect and network with one another. And that is really, you don't see that often, nor do you get that opportunity presented to you. And so, we make that very intentional on our part because, say if you're a student from, your group is from Heston, Kansas, and Topeka West is reaching out for help on something that you did, that's really impactful because, Heston is itty bitty 2A school, 3A school, right? And Topeka is 5 and 6A. And so that dynamic shifts in more relatable and, and on added on that is our Youth Mental Health Advocacy Day, was earlier in the spring. And this is a great opportunity for youth to use their voice and elevate the issues, right? And to showcase, last year we had 5 students show up for Advocacy Day. This year, you see all those students with their green shirts and their sponsors, and it's about visibility. And, because of that, the legislature was calling our office, asking who are these kids? Why are they here? Why aren't they in school? And so we explained to them, this is what we're doing. It was called Y-Link, and they never heard of Y-Link. And, when it came down to, as a result of that, we had our budget got doubled. It's very rare, let alone, during the legislative session early on, to have that benefit for the legislative side of things. And so, our youth did that. And so, it's about empowering youth through really the soft skills of what it means. Just because you pay taxes or your parents does in a community, that does not mean you're actually part of the community. And so that's what we do and provide supports. Like I mentioned before, it's 100% youth led and directed. So every county, or every group rather, is different in how they approach things, but the end goal is the same. And so that's what is really incredible to see through this program, and to see it up front and close. And so here's sort of our highlights. And here for Wichita Northwest, their group is called Grizzlies for Change. This group, one of their hallmark events was they helped put together a mental health first aid training for their teachers. And the coolest thing about that is that they used our funds. It was youth led. It came down from the district or the school administration. Our students in Wichita, Kansas said, this is needed. And this is what we want to do. What do we need to make it happen? And so that's what they did in Wichita. Here we have Belle Plaine. As you can see, for May is Mental Health Awareness Month. And they did Mental Health Matters t-shirts at their school. It's a 1A school. So, the benefits of, having a small school is that everyone, but, the bad thing about it is that everyone, right? So it's a two-sided sword there. And so, again, this is our youth being front and center of the conversation. And here is our secretary, Laura Howard, making the rounds across the table or through the tables of our youth. And really, how impactful is it for a Secretary of State of Kansas agency taking time out of their busy schedules to talk to someone, and how really, make it visible and make it known that, we're here for a reason from a youth perspective. And so they go on to their community and say, hey, I just met Secretary Laura Howard, right? And so it builds that momentum and provides, again, that opportunity, whether they stay in their hometowns or go to, Overland Park or move elsewhere, or like everyone else nowadays, are moving back to Kansas because of this positive experience. And then they tell their friends, like, hey, what's Y-Link? Well, and that's how we keep on growing our momentum. And here again, we have the exposure from the governor's office. And so that, again, is incredibly, I can't underestimate the impact of how life-changing this is, really. Because again, the governor of the state of Kansas is taking time out of her busy schedule, right, to meet and discuss what the youth are matters, what they're wanting to express. And, one things that, because I've been there is, we always get asked our opinion, right? But that's all it is. We blow off smoke and then nothing happens. Whereas here, we're intentionally making the time to discuss and highlight and really be that champion for our youth through their actions and their example. And so, one of the things that we want to do and really highlight, we didn't get a slide on this, but, Clay Center or Clay County rather, their coalition, Clay Counts, there's a gal there who's a junior. She got nominated to be, or she got named, appointed to the National Youth Suicide Prevention group out of University of Oklahoma. And, it was through, because as you know, state agencies get everything, all information. And all we had to do from our side was forward that on to their sponsor, to all the sponsors. And Clay, the gal from Clay Center applied and she got not, appointed. And so because of what Y-Link has done for her and that impact and contribution. And so, it's not just a bubble. We're impacting every community that we currently have. And like I mentioned, we're growing and we're expanding. And so here is what we currently have. We currently have about 45 groups in the state of Kansas. So that equates about 16 counties. As you know, we have a lot to work ahead of us. And, I'm from Salina, and so I'm currently working with the school district there, UC 305, to get a group there started. And so, we have this potential to be in 105 counties in every 627 communities. Like I mentioned before, the first time I've heard about Y-Link was on a job posting. It's the best kept secret in the state of Kansas currently for youth. And so, it's about, I watch Shark Tank a lot. And so, think of it like these communities, whether it be school district, mental health centers, coalitions, are already doing the work, the great work that's necessary. We come in from the state perspective and pour gasoline on the greatness, right? And we provide funding and sustainable change. And so, and they drive the vehicle. We're just a passenger, we're just along for the ride. And so it's really, and I take this map because, we want to be in every corner of the state, from Goodland all the way to Allen County. That's where we want to be. And so here is all of our chapters, current, all of our sources for our groups, like I mentioned, are school districts, mental health centers, coalitions, and, those types of folks, are really empowering their youth to create sustainable and lasting change. It's not just what's the next semester is going to look like, what's the next, whereas the thinking is what is the next 10, 20 years going to look like. And so that is the mindset we're operating here at KDADS through this program. And so, that gives you a snapshot of what we aim to do and everything. And so you're probably asking, Andreas, that sounds all great. What's the catch, right? Well, here we go. So, as I mentioned through our presentation, here's what we aim to do through our groups, develop goals focused upon community issues that support stigma reduction and youth advocacy. They're to be youth-led and youth-directed, and we involved everyone in the community, whether it be a parent, guardian, teachers, paras, you name it, through the gamut, you name it. And so we touch, I think we made the equation the other day, approximately 4,500 students have been touched through our programming. Like I mentioned, Clay County, it's about 300 student population there, their entire high school. And they did an event called, or after the football game, they did fifth quarter, was, after football game. And so these kids just are very innovative and whereas the adults, right, overcomplicate things. Well, they put it, pen and paper together, and they, Hawaiian night was the theme for their football game Friday night in September. And so they did a fifth quarter event, which they just had fruit punch and lawn games on the football field. And they had 150 students show up to their event. And they were giving out lays, Hawaiian lays, and their theme was lay off tobacco. So in essence, we just redirected 150 kids from, risky behavior. And so that's the impact. There's nothing abstract or overcomplicated. It's really put on an event, but again, youth led and youth directed. And of course, we have our outcomes and goals, anything from encouraging participation in our events, statewide events. And when using our funds, we would like to, be recognized, whether it be through our KDADS logo or just our Y-Link logo. And really, and one of the things here, let me see. Yep. And so one of the things that, all of our travel to our statewide events, so our, our summer conference or any meeting that we have, and our youth advocacy, we pick up the tab because we want to prevent any barrier, any potential barrier possible. We want that to be removed, right? And so if, if we essentially want them there and present. So any barrier that comes up, if discussing ahead of time, we will make something work. And so, because we want them there. And of course, here's the services to be provided. Each Y-Link will participate in their community or in their activities and state level to support goals and mental health awareness activities, annual Y-Link advocacy, the summer conference, and our regional meetings. And each site will work to develop community partners. And one thing that I want to touch on that is, just because you're in a school setting does not mean you can't work with others in the community. And, one of the things that our various sites throughout the state have figured out that mental health does not just affect students, it also affects our farming community. And so our rural sites have been partnering up with Future Farmers of America. They have a chapter in virtually every other school. And so their youth from FFAA is partnering with our Y-Link kids to cross collaborate on mental health stigma reduction. And so again, folks, this is our youth doing, amazing things that has, I've always, especially with my background, we have seen time and time again, just conversations, conversations are great, but at the end of the day, someone has to do something about it, right? And our youth are walking the walk, talking the talk, and lifting and moving mountains. And, essentially, and especially in this generation, upcoming generation, are more, open to having those conversations around mental health. And so, and that reflects a change in attitude and resources that are available. And so, because, as I mentioned, we want to remove every barrier possible, here 4 things rather, that we need in terms of reporting: current goals, the meeting dates, events, and activities, number of persons participating. We removed the number of youth covered by CanCare, so that's removed. And 5, future plans. So essentially 4 things that we need in our reporting. And no, there's no competition. There's no, deadlines. It's a rolling basis, and it's about the easiest, not even a grant application, easiest report for grants that will ever be made. And so again, because we want to empower not only the sponsor, but also the group as a whole. And we want to move because, as everyone probably felt, it's like, oh, it's just one thing I have to do. We don't want to be a nuisance or act as a chore. We want to be, very simple and direct and, go about and focus more time on impacting the community. And so here is our save the dates for upcoming events. We have March 13th listed as our Advocacy Day, and our summer conference, which we are hosting with collaboration and the help of Youth Crew, our group out of Barton County, is June 12th. And so those are our two upcoming events. And so now I'll introduce our panel here. We have Shayla Littell, and she's our sponsor from Independence, our 4-county. And Kaylee is a senior from Fredonia High School.
Yes.
And I'll go ahead and do our panel discussion. So Kaylee, feel free to, go around. But essentially, from your perspective, how has Y-Link impacted you?
So for me, before Y-Link, I was very I wouldn't talk to people. I wouldn't go out and do anything. And I would just stay at home and let everything gather up inside of me. And then Y-Link showed me communication and how it's healthy, helped me with my emotions. And now I'm stepping outside of a comfort zone, which doing a pageant that I would never do, being in plays, just going out there and not being afraid like I used to. And it's just really helped me open up and show me that I wasn't just meant to be lazy and sit on the couch kind of thing. I was meant to go out and do other things.
Haley, do you feel comfortable sharing a little bit about your mental health struggles?
Like what?
I just want to touch on how you struggled with a lot of things before, and now, your recovery is what I was referring to.
So when I was 12, I tried to commit suicide because my mom kept going in and out of jail and doing drugs and everything. And I went up to Heartland for 5 days, and then that, I feel like that didn't help me. It just made me worse, personally. And I know they did everything they could to try and help, but for me, it just didn't work. So I thought the only other way to help with my feelings, because I didn't have my mom there to communicate with and talk about stuff I was going through, I started self-harming. And it just got worse from there. And then I got put into a PRTF, which helped me. I just got put in it, August 18th last year?
Yeah. So,
or this year. No, last year.
Since then, though,
since then, I haven't self-harmed, and I'm actually, where's my thing? I haven't self-harmed in, where is it? And it says I had since December 4th, 2021, I have not self-harmed since then. So that's a year and 10 months. And I feel like a big part of that is because of Y-Link, because if I didn't have people to go to talk about what was happening, then I don't think I'd ever would have stopped self-harming. But since I have Shayla in the group and just know that I'm not alone with it, and it really helps to know that you are not alone, it's not only happening to you, really helped me get through all of the stuff that I was going through. So yeah.
Thank you for sharing.
That's amazing. And so, like I said, you are a senior, so please share what are your goal or what is your plan after high school graduation?
I
And
actually
why, and why you chose that.
Okay. He already knows. I actually want to go into social work because after everything that I've been through, the suicide attempts, the self-harm, and it hasn't worked, it just has shown me that what I'm here for is to help other people that are going through, oh my God, I always get shaky when I talk about social work. I don't know why. It just proved a path to me that like I am going to be able to help other people that went through the same thing as me and show them like, hey, I may have not been exactly what you were doing or what you went through, but I can show you what what helped me and what I can do for you to help them, and just to be there and give someone a listening ear that they might not have that at home.
Yeah, that's awesome. And, talk a little bit about your presentation to the Fredonia High School and the junior school.
The junior
So recruitment day.
Yeah, recruitment.
So on recruitment day, I stood up in front of people and told them what Y-Link was and what we do. We go see the governor, he told you all about that. And a lot more people, because our school isn't really big. It's like maybe 300 people in there. We're from a really small town. And a lot more people, especially in the junior high, has showed up. And it was really nice because I actually got a new member after the recruitment day that asked me, they're like, hey, can I be a part of the Y-Link group, the mental health group? I think it'd be really good for me. I was like, yeah, just, give me your name and everything so I can give it to Shayla. And she actually showed up to our meeting last Friday, which was really cool because I didn't think it was going to be that big of a thing at our school because a lot of people don't talk about that here.
Yeah, it's really cool to see the turnout. The first recruitment day, it's a small school, and Kaylee got up in front of everyone and talked about it. And then we had 23 kids sign up that day, which it might not sound like a lot, to big schools, but that's a lot for a small community. And those are all of those kids currently don't have a mental health services. So they're being able to access a support group and resources that they didn't have before. So.
Perfect. And Shayla, if you could touch upon, because you're coming from the perspective of the center, our mental health center, into Y-Link, and so can you talk a little bit about that experience and how that all started for you?
So our Independence, we have a group currently in Independence, which is facilitated through the Mental Health Center. We've had that group since 2015, I think, that I've been involved in it. And, it's been kind of cool to see the perspective of starting it up in the school district versus the mental health center. And I think there's pros and cons to both. The con of the mental health center would be that the kids might not necessarily want to join because of the stigma. And then at the school, we're able to access more kids that aren't already in services. And then a lot of them, through Y-Link have been able to, get in for an intake and access therapy and case management and other services. So
can I say something?
Yes.
What I like about Y-Link too, like especially at our school, is I've noticed that like when people know that I'm in Y-Link and everything, people, if I have them on like a social media, they'll text me and be like, hey, I really need someone to talk to. I'm going through something. Can I please talk to you? So I'll go into a private room, I'll go up into my room and I'll just talk to them and let them talk. And it's been really helpful because like, one, that's what I want to do. I want to be there for people and give them a listening ear. And two, is that it takes a lot of courage to reach out for help like that, especially like some of the people I'm not close to, they just know that I'm a part of this and that they're like, well, she can be trusted then. She can be there for me whenever I need her. And it felt really nice when people like come up to me and be like, hey, I really need to talk to you.
So I think that right now, what the best thing I want to say about Y-Link is, you know, regardless if we're doing it at the mental health center, if we're doing it in the school district, at the mental health center, our meetings are 2 hours long, an hour and a half to 2 hours. So we definitely have more time to put into those meetings and more time for planning. And the kids, we spend a majority of our meeting, the first half of the meeting, just checking in with them. And
really
then
like that too.
we do highs and lows. And so they talk about the highs of the week and their lows of the week. And then the kids identify a need in their school or their community. And we talk a lot about that.
And I feel like the highs and lows at our school or at our, like during the things really helped me connect to my feelings before.
Yeah.
Like I went to the PRTF and really did like some deep digging. Just doing those highs and lows, like everyone like was honest and didn't have to be like, oh, like, you know, nothing's going wrong. They're like, well, such and such is happening.
Yeah.
And everything. And it just helped me like be like, well, if they can do it, I can do it. And that's where our relationship was shaped and everything. And she's been there for me when my mom hasn't. And whenever I need to talk, it's just been a really great experience to find people you can talk to whenever you're in a time of need instead of trying to commit suicide or self-harming or doing something that you're going to regret the next day.
And that is another thing like that's been good about the meetings, especially in the school district too. The kids open up about the current, you know, if you're in a room with your parents, you don't necessarily say a lot, but you get in a room with like kids and you have this safe place and others have similar struggles. They open up about a lot of things that are going on in their life. And that is a way for us, you know, to refer them on to people that can help them with those things. And also just give them suggestions on ways, self-advocacy skills and ways to cope. So,
and we make sure that like during the meetings at school, no matter if you dislike the person or you like the person, what happens where in the meeting does not leave the meeting, especially like for highs and lows and talking about what's going on with you. That does not get shared anywhere else.
Yeah. I don't know if we answered your questions.
No, yeah, it's been great. And especially for these folks to see, you know, the snapshot into the ins and outs of Y-Link. So you ladies did an extraordinary job. And so we'll now open it up for.
Hey, Andreas, can I just say one thing?
Yeah, absolutely.
Couple
Gary.
things. Kaylee, amazing. Thank you so much for sharing. I get choked up, but thank you. And I have to mention that Shayla doesn't always take the credit that she should take.
She really doesn't. You guys.
When I started at KDADS, I went down and visited Shayla's group. They made me walk about 27 miles. I'm kidding.
I mean, honestly, I don't think I'd be where I am if it wasn't for Shayla, but she doesn't want to take credit for that. It was all me.
Yeah.
But
she did the work.
She helped me through the process, though.
Thank you.
And Shayla has been just a steadfast youth leader, not just for her area, but an example for across the state. She was given an award last year at our summer conference for our basically our Leader of the Year award that's named after one of our other leaders. And, you know, I wish I could have been there. I wasn't there because of the medical stuff going on. I wanted to give that to her. But Shayla's amazing. And many of the things that she talked about came about from that first meeting. In that first meeting, she said, Gary, I've got a list of kids here that want to be part of Y-Link, but I can't bring them in because we're just at the mental health center. That was one of the key things that really made us think about, you know, we need to open this up. We need this to be bigger. Thanks to Shayla with that and a couple of the leaders of helping us move, we were at 5 groups at that time. And now we're at 45 groups. And Andreas has the mission of doubling that every year. And so we've been pretty clear of that, and he's very excited about making that happen. But These three people, I can't tell you how proud I am of all three of them. And, you know, when I go to these groups and listen to what they're doing, I sat in one meeting where we had some of our youth come to a group and a mother was there. I didn't know it was the mother of one of the kids presenting sitting next to me. And she said to me something that really got me. She said, I never could have believed my child would be doing this, would be doing this kind of presentation. This is never something I thought my child would be doing. So any help that I can get from the rest of the committee in expanding Y-Link, if you've got a youth group out there that you think might be, you know, might be interested, you know, we're not coming in to change anything. We're really coming in to enhance and connect them with the other youth groups around the state. You know, my goal, you know, I became a little emotional actually at the advocacy day when I, you know, turned around and saw hundreds of youth in these green shirts. You know, the goal is this year, advocacy day is being planned during spring break. We're trying to think about if we're going to do that, because that makes it very difficult for a lot of the youth.
Vacations and stuff.
Yeah, as we get bigger, and it may actually happen this coming year, we may have our own youth advocacy day. More news on that to come, but you know, it's great when we can flood the Capitol with youth, and you know, they all get taught, the youth get taught how to go and talk to their legislators, how to bring things up. And it was, last year was amazing when I had people come up to me and go, well, the youth must really have some concerns. Yes, they do. And they have some ideas of answers that we should probably listen to.
Yeah.
So thank you both. Thank you all three of you. It was a great presentation.
And if I could piggyback on that comment, because, you know, I was excited just learning about this. And it brought to mind, I attended a conference with, student leaders that had meet in Emporia from across the state. And so they take the opportunity to share with me what their concerns are. And this was one thing that came up, is that students need somebody that they can trust and they feel comfortable in talking to, that it eliminates perhaps a teacher that they may trust, because teachers are mandatory report. And when maybe you just need to talk about feelings that you're having, not that you're prepared to follow through, but just to be able to open up in that capacity. And I was at a disadvantage because there was nothing that I could recommend. So that brings me to the question of, how are you increasing the awareness of your existence? Number one. Number two, to be able to network with student leadership teams, whatever the case may be, so that students can get this information out to each other, because I think that's what's going to be empowering their willingness to even want to participate. So, you know, I don't know if you can address that, but even if you can't, if you can look at ways of how you reach out to leadership, student leadership teams, to other student-led organizations, to make them aware of your existence. Because I sat here and thought, okay, they need to present at the state board meeting.
Yeah, so that's a good point. Our group has spent a lot of time on just trying to recruit new members, but through networking, and we participate in the organizational affairs in the community. So we just set up tables and hand out brochures and have sign-up sheets.
in Independence they did like what we were gonna do like a cakewalk back to school.
Yeah, so we do the back to school parties.
Fredonia doesn't have one of those.
The kids, like the recruitment day, we make announcements at the schools and stuff when we're meeting and try to spread the word through the student body that way.
And then whenever we have meetings in Fredonia, I tell people, I'm like, hey, we have the Y-Link meeting. If you know anyone that wants to go, just bring them with you and they can go, and then we'll get them all signed up there.
But I feel like the community engagement events have been the biggest impactful way for us to get more members and just get the word to parents and also other organizations. Because we had a lot of people just stop through and sign up, and the parents asked questions about the group. And there were a lot of organizations that didn't even know about Y-Link. So just educating them on, that we have one here and that you can also start one in your area if you want to. Like, you don't have to, we had a lady that came through that was from Labette County and she was wanting to know how to start one in that county. So.
Yeah, and
Well,
Betty,
please be
Betty
advised.
Andreas.
Please be advised that I'm going to request an agenda item, so you won't be surprised when somebody reaches out because this is good stuff.
Betty Andreas has been given the task to run all over the state of Kansas, basically. And he meets with anybody and everybody we can actually sit down and talk with. I actually went with him on a meeting to one of the schools here in Topeka yesterday. It's interesting, when you approach people, and maybe it's that I'm from the state and I'm here to help you mentality that folks get a little nervous about that. But truly we're coming in and we have money and we want to give it to them and we want to support their group and we want to make it as easy as we possibly can. So if you have, I saw Jane, you put in there that you wanted to maybe have someone present at the annual Parent Leadership Conference. You can come through me or Andreas. Andreas, why don't you put your stuff and your contact in there, and I will tell you as his director, he will go wherever we need to go to make this happen.
You got no choice, man.
He's been busy.
No, but one thing about Y-Link that I think I forgot to mention was that at first, whenever I first started Y-Link, was kind of like a little girl in the corner, just listening to everyone. And then eventually I started warming up to people. So people don't just talk right away.
It takes a lot of time.
It does. Because I think I was in there for like 2 or 3 months before I even started talking.
Yeah, we have a lot of kids that come in and, been through a lot of trauma and completely shut down. And within time, it's so cool to see the youth come together and support each other with in the situations where one might be shut down or really anxious, having, shaking. And then the others are like, I have that problem. Yeah, I go through that too. And this is what helps me. And then they just help them through the meeting and they just support one another.
And then I think, crap, I forgot what I was going to say.
I have no idea. I can't help you there.
Well, Shayla, I remember attending your group and there was a young lady. It was her first time in your group and she was as nervous as she could be. She was glaring, rolling her eyes, giving us all this kind of stuff.
Trying to be like, oh, I don't need to be here.
Yeah, she was too cool to be there. And the next time I saw her was at a presentation that your group did in a coalition in one of our Prevention Works things, and she was leading the presentation.
Yeah.
One thing that we did in Y-Link.
Amazing. Yeah.
One thing we did in Y-Link, which was really good, was healthy relationships. And each person told the group what we thought a healthy relationship, what's a healthy relationship in your life and stuff like that. And it just helps to show, because for me and my family, nothing against my family at all, but when my dad first got custody of us because of our mom being in jail all the time, he didn't really know what he was with 3 girls out of nowhere, just here's 3 girls, you have fun kind of situation. And he didn't really know exactly what he was doing. So it just became normal to like, we don't really talk about our feelings. We don't open up. Like we used to never say I love you to each other because it wasn't a normal thing in our house until we saw that other people do it. And then I got into Y-Link and now I'll open up to my dad. I talk to my dad. My dad's like, I don't like people seeing me cry, but if my dad sees me cry, he's like, whoa, like what? I used to just like hide my emotions, and because I was ashamed, I was feeding into the stigmatism that mental health is not okay to have. Like you can't be depressed, you can't have anxiety kind of stuff. And then like being in Y-Link helped show me like crying's a normal human reaction. I can't help it. If I feel sad, I feel sad. Like there's nothing I can really do about that. And then like now like when I cry in front of my dad, he's like, hold on, what do I do here? He's like, this isn't usual for you, Kaylee, kind of stuff. But I mean, crying is exhausting, but it's very helpful.
Yeah. I mean, the youth, our goal right now for really, the kids have wanted to just reduce that stigma, get out there and normalize therapy. I've heard the kids say at school now, like therapy is cool. And hey, do you want to come talk to my therapist? And just getting rid of that stigma where, you know,
and
it's not okay to go to therapy.
For me, another reason why I want to go into social work is because nothing against the therapist, but being as a kid of being in foster care, self-harm, suicide, and just all the stuff that I've been through, sometimes when I talk to them, I feel like, well, do they even understand what it's like to go through that? What it's like to like feel loved in this world? And it's like that's why I want to be there, because I want to be like, hey, I understand, I know what you're going through. Because there were kids in the PRTF that were like 6 years old, and it's like that's just crazy because they're so young. They don't deserve that. They don't deserve to be hurt the way they've been hurt at such a young age. They don't understand it, and it just hurts me because I'm like, I got lucky enough to be at 12, let alone 6, 5 years old, dealing with that kind of stuff.
Yeah. That another thing that the Independence group right now has mentioned wanting to do is to work with younger kids. So our group is 12 through 18, but to, you know, partner with the school district and see if we can go into the elementary schools and meet with the kids once a month or twice a month and just do work on self-regulation and, you know, identifying abuse, like teaching them about abuse too, because a lot of kids don't know when they're being abused, and providing them with resources. So just educating them on some coping skills and things, and getting them, you know, teaching them how to understand and identify those early warning signs.
And it's just, it like really hurts to see like all the kids that go through that and they don't understand what they're going through and that it's not okay. And it's just like, when you see that, you're like you just want to take them in your arms and be like, you don't deserve that. But they don't understand that it's wrong. They don't understand like, oh, my parents hit me. That's fine. No, it's not. You don't deserve that and everything. And it's just hard to see kids raised to be like, oh, people is fine. And that's when like their violence are older and someone does something, they start acting out and they start doing this and they start doing that. It's because it's how they were raised, and we just like want to stop that and show them like, hey, you don't deserve that. No one deserves that kind of stuff.
Yeah. And, Betty asked the question, last.
He's cutting out.
He is. Or we're cutting out, one of the two.
Friday is actually in Fredonia. How often, and we have added a group from Chase County because I found them on their Facebook page.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's literally, and that's on my own personal, it was the Chase County Drug-Free Community Action Team. And I just found them. And so I sent them an email, my state email, and said, hey, I saw you guys on Facebook. Let's do something. And then within the next week, I went down to Strong City, first time being there, and connected with their youth. And next, they're filling out the contract. And so it's, one of those things that, that's been really, always been a passion of mine, but also, get this in every community. And so we do appreciate everyone's time and really, to spotlight not only Kaylee's story, but also Wiley's story and the journey we've been on together. And, is really impactful because you could hear about it, but seeing it firsthand is an added layer of, of impact. And so we do appreciate everyone's time and do thank you for allowing this, space and continue on this journey. So thank you.
Thank you guys for having us.
Thank you for taking the time. And I think all of us are grateful and appreciative. And I'm very inspired and hopeful. I want you to know some of the comments that were made in the chat about how awesome this was. It takes a lot of courage to share your story. Shayla, thank you. You can help so many, Shayla. Your growth is admirable. Thank you for sharing your story and making a difference. You will continue this impact beyond high school. And then Linda from KDADS pointed out that Y-Link received the Question, Persuade, Refer training last year. And Jane said, I invited you to present at their annual Parent Leadership Conference, that we want families to hear about and become more comfortable with the topic of mental health. You are a great speaker. I'll be in touch.
Awesome.
And you have a lot of wisdom for such a young age.
You do.
Oh, really though?
Incredible.
I'm just very passionate about.
We could talk about Y-Link all day, but I know you guys have others. It'll be really good.
I gotta go back to school.
Thank you guys.
Okay. Yeah, we very appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay.
So now we have Kent and Marcia Weissman on.
Yes.
And I think Kent might want to.
Yeah.
I know Kent has to have something to say about these.
First of all, let me say what everybody's thinking, and yay, Y-Link. Great job. We're going to be hearing a lot more from you folks, and keep the faith. The planning committee thought it'd be a good idea to visit a little bit about bullying prevention. And I wanted to bring you up to date. The first week in October, as a result of a joint resolution that was signed between the State Senate and the State Board of Education, has been designated as Anti-Bullying Awareness Week. In the last couple of years, we've been doing a Wear Pink challenge because internationally pink is the color for bullying prevention. And wouldn't you know, it just happened to coincide with the Ken and Barbie craze. So the field had a ball with it, and as we did at the agency. And this is a picture of those that participated at the agency on the State House steps. If you look real hard, you can see a lot of Kens and a lot of Barbies there. A general counsel that's rocking a pink bow tie. Trish and Steve Backman were voted the cutest couple. And wouldn't you know, in tribute, the late, great Jimmy Buffett showed up. So we appreciated all of that, and we appreciated what the field did. We got a lot of participation, particularly from elementary and middle schools. I'm still a little bit concerned about high schools, and not only just participation in the Awareness Week, but generally speaking, bullying prevention. But that'll be a continuing conversation, as we move on. I would say, though, that this year we probably had greater participation statewide in the Pink Challenge and had a lot of great submissions from the field. Okay, Alicia, can you go to, I also wanted to bring to your attention, and it's been a while, pre-COVID as a matter of fact, Dr. Watson commissioned a task force to take a look at bullying prevention across the state of Kansas. It was called the Blue Ribbon Bullying Prevention Task Force. I think we had 40 to 50 people on it. And it was the deepest dive from a research point of view that has ever been conducted in the state of Kansas. And I know there are some universities that have done some studies, but what we did is we took their work and then did our own work and came up with some recommendations, presented it to the state board. And the state board then referred it to you guys, the School Mental Health Advisory Council, to come up with further recommendations. Now, what you're looking at is the bullying prevention page on our KSDE webpage. And if you go to the alphabetical index at the top and go to B for bullying and then click on bullying prevention, this will come up. The very first thing you'll see is the state board recommendations for bullying prevention. Okay. And then if you'll scroll down, Alicia, you will see the actual report from the Blue Ribbon Task Force. So I just wanted you to know that on public record, there have been recommendations that were presented to the state board and then to the School Mental Health Advisory Council, and then the council then came back to the school board, the state board, and made their recommendations, and they were approved. But that was pre-COVID, okay? And life has changed, as we know, since then. So moving forward, we have a special guest with us, Dr. Marcia Weisman, who is with the Kansas Association of School Boards. She served as a district and building level leader and a teacher for more than 3 decades. Her district leadership responsibilities included curriculum and human resources. After retirement from public education, she served as manager of community programs and prevention for Crittenden Children's Center in Kansas City, Missouri, where she provided training and consulting services for school-based clients, implementing trauma and resiliency initiatives. Marcia now works as a leadership services field specialist for the Kansas Association of School Boards and continues to provide training and consulting for organizations implementing trauma and resiliency initiatives. Welcome, Marcia.
Thank you. I am a member of this group, so this is fun to be able to talk to you. And I had to really keep thinking about who you all are, so to not share information that you already know. Following this, Janie Humphreys, who's also part of this group and a member of the Kansas City, Kansas board, and I will be doing a board retreat for KCK. And one of the things we'll talk about is a goal that they have for mental health support. So I think Janie and I hope we're going to be implementing what we talk about within an hour or two. So let's see, is it Carrie or Alicia? Are you driving the slides?
It's Alicia.
Okay, Alicia, just go ahead and click. And Janie, don't start laughing. Anybody that's a board member has seen this slide many times. You hear her laughing. I thought it would be helpful to this group, since we have a mixture of people who work in school districts, in education, and some other providers, to really kind of talk about the governance and the structure of school boards. So one of the questions that I was made aware of that was asked was, you know, what kind of training are school board members required to receive related to the topic of bullying? And the short answer to that is, in Kansas, none. And that's not true in some other states, but as we'll kind of go through some of this, you'll kind of see why that is the case in Kansas. So we ask our school board members to try to stay at the top of that fire tower, you know, at the 30,000 foot level. and to avoid jumping down and getting in the weeds and trying to put the fire out themselves. What Janie could say verbatim probably is that I say, if you're down there in the weeds, it looks like everything's on fire, and it might be just a wastebasket fire. And you've got to get back up there on the tower to see what the picture really looks like. And we feel like is as tempting as it can be to get down there and do some of that yourself, you really put your district at a disadvantage because you take away a perspective that's very important. And so I'm speaking generally here, but I think as we talk about mental health supports, you can see that that's true too. Alicia, click on. So this is kind of how we talk about this authority. So as we think about mental health supports and bullying, I want you to kind of plug that into what we're talking about. So at the top of our governance clock is that board authority. And at the bottom, we call it the superintendent's authority. And when I say superintendent, I'm talking about the district's leadership team. Go ahead and click through, Alicia, pretty quick, and I'll just talk while you're doing it. So the board's responsible for establishing a vision. So as I mentioned in KCK, one of their goals is related to physical and mental health supports. It's their responsibility to adopt policy that makes that happen. And in just a minute, I'll share the ways that boards adopt policy. It isn't simply policy that goes into a book called a board policy book. Then it jumps into the administrative team's domain where they recommend the plans to make that happen. So if this is a goal related to how do we provide mental health supports, we expect our professional educators to look at the research, provide evidence-based methods in which that can be accomplished, and then begin to implement those plans. As we keep clicking, you'll see that we ask our professional educators to monitor that progress and then to share those results with the board. At that point, if the results haven't been achieved that we want, we say, did we not give it enough time? Were those not the right strategies, whatever, and the process goes on. So in essence, we're saying the board decides the what and the superintendent's team decides or recommends the how we get it done. Clicking on. So these are the ways that when we say adopt policy, there really are 7 ways that the board exercises that authority. So it is through literal policy development. Whenever they approve handbooks for the schools, your elementary handbook, your handbook for each of your secondary schools, your employee handbooks, those become district policy once those are approved by the Board of Education. And many of the policies that have to do not only with the very specific language related to bullying, but other kinds of mental health supports and discipline issues. That's where we really see those exercised. Directives to the superintendent. The process of evaluating the superintendent is one of the ways that their authority is exercised. The school setting process that I've mentioned. Things that go into the negotiated agreement when bargaining is done, and certainly the allocation of resources. If you're working in a school district, you know that school districts are now doing a building needs assessment as part of the budgeting process. In an ideal world, when you look at that final budget document, you recognize the goals that the board has set and what their vision and their mission is. Moving on. So I did borrow some slides from Angie Stahlbaumer, our deputy executive director and our attorney. And when I said, why don't we have requirements for school board members on the kind of training they must receive? It goes way back in Kansas, and Kansas's schools have really been founded on this idea of local control. And with that comes the good and the bad and the ugly. Let's click on. So in essence, they adopt the rules and the regulations, except where there is another state or federal law that says differently. You click on. In Kansas, as in other states, we've always had this presumption that a school district, teachers, principals, school staff protect students. And when in loco parentis, when parents are not present there for their kids, it is our responsibility as educators to care for them and keep them safe. This really underwrites a lot of what we're thinking about when we're looking at issues related to bullying. And as we look at some cases that have made it into the news lately, have we protected these children as their parents would if they were present? Clicking on, just in the absence of law, the board is making the law for that district. Clicking on. Okay, this is the law that we're using, and I've highlighted in yellow here. Every district is required to have a policy. Now, what makes Kansas different from some other states is that when our law was changed, the addition was made that not only must they have a policy that prohibits it, they must have a plan for how it will be addressed. And that plan must include training of staff and students. Go ahead and click on. Our law also tells us what bullying means under this law. And when you look at the materials that Kent was showing you that are on the KSDE website, you also see materials that are specifically designed based on this definition, and they also put in a hierarchy, severity of bullying, indicating that physical is considered the most severe, followed by cyber, then verbal, then relational bullying. But this is part of our law. Clicking on. So this brings me to the report that Kent was mentioning, and I want to follow up with what those recommendations were and what's happened so far with those. I wanted to share that part on the board authority and administrative responsibility first, because as we look at the resources that were recommended and that are available, understanding the ways that we can maximize having those things done. So if we understand the school board's role in deciding the what, and then we really need to work with our administrative teams who work with all staff then to come up with those recommendations. So from the Blue Ribbon Task Force, which many people on this call were a part of this, said the law should be examined. If you click on, you can see that the determination was made that our current law was broad enough. So in essence, we don't believe that barriers to bullying prevention are because of the law, okay? We need to continue a focus on social and emotional learning, that becomes foundational. And if you'll click to the next one where we look at the standards, and then the next one I've just pulled in, starting, this is in the K2 standards. We really have to start with early childhood and primary grades to really get the kind of impact, and I'm speaking to the choir here, to have any kind of effective outcomes or outcomes that are effective in changing what is happening. We have to start at these very early ages. Clicking on. From their recommendations was this statewide unit to provide guidance and having these practices available. So these things are here. The guidance is being provided. I think some of the questions we still have are, and I've heard this in some of the reports already made by others today. Does everyone take advantage of what's offered? School boards should receive an annual report on the efforts within their district. And I think that that's something that as members of this group, do we need to be asking questions and making sure that is happening, that these school boards. So as you think about the school board at the top of that tower again, they need that annual report as the governance clock comes back around and they're evaluating those results. You know, have they been given that information to truly evaluate the results to see if the efforts to prevent and intervene properly with bullying have been realized? I'm clicking on. So this really goes, and you know, my passion, of course, as you heard from Kent's introduction to me, is really looking at issues of resiliency over mitigating trauma that our students and staff members have experienced. And we know that in order to do that, we need to create safe spaces and help people feel connected. So many of the things that have already been addressed today in this meeting have to do with how do we build connections between peoples and make people feel safe. And as we look at these policies, and if we think the policy based on the law is adequate, it's the specificity then of those plans that we are implementing in the school. Are they focused on relationships, building safe, nurturing climates, and really addressing mental health needs of staff and students and our families and communities? Clicking on. And sorry, I'm talking fast. I'm trying to make up time. So one of the issues that came out of this in the beginning was, well, how do we measure progress? You can click past this. And on the website, if that Kent directed you to, you know, there's some resources there to assist district in identifying metrics and ways they can use them. Certainly, the Communities That Care survey was recognized. I'm going to come to a barrier here in just a second, but I think we have to acknowledge that there isn't, at this point, there hasn't been a metric that's been identified just for assessing bullying, which shouldn't surprise us because most of the things that we're dealing with, we need to look at many different kinds of data together. The use of surveys, of course, as you all know, if you're in the field, has changed. Most districts have been able to take this on in a way to effectively still collect data, but I think we need to recognize this as one of the challenges that we face as we look at how we measure what both our needs and our outcomes. Clicking on. There we go. And as I have heard over and over today in this meeting, this training piece is essential. Part of my concern is have we allowed the requirements of training to become too routine and not reflective enough? Do we lump in our annual training with bloodborne pathogens and fire safety and get everything checked off? So to make sure that it's all been done. There are many, many excellent resources, including online resources, but do we need to re-examine those and talk about those in ways? And are we really using a universal approach that addresses ways that parents and families are involved, and including some of the work related to suicide that others have mentioned? Was somebody trying to talk here? Did I stop somebody from talking?
I just think it was background noise.
Okay. Okay, clicking on then. I'm trying to make sure we have plenty of time here at the end to talk. So of course, you're all familiar with the Jason Flatt Act. I think it's important that we remember it's all school staff that should be trained, and that we continue to reevaluate our crisis plans and examine what we think the effectiveness has been. Moving on. So anecdotally, both Angie and I anecdotally feel like the calls that we get, the conversations that we have related to bullying have changed dramatically, really kind of since the pandemic, but much of what we get from districts and schools now is bullying that's emerged out of a Title IX complaint. And so sometimes the situation may or may not be may not truly come under the definition of Title IX, but that doesn't mean that recommendations from the decision maker in a Title IX decision can't address other kinds of bullying concerns. But we just anecdotally, we don't think we're getting the kinds of calls that we got before since the pandemic. And I think people are starting to focus on different component parts of the bullying problem. Then, of course, the cyberbullying, the recommendation is that there are more specific strategies for dealing with that, which are also included on KSDE website that Kent pointed out to you. Clicking on. This is just from stopbullying.gov. If you, I'm sure you're all familiar with that, but it really kind of supports the stuff that comes out of our Blue Ribbon Task Force recommendations. And to begin this process, we need to be assessing what our needs are. A story that I share is when I was a middle school principal and we were having conversations about bullying in our school and how to address it. As a staff, we talked about where we thought things were happening, what kinds of things were happening, and we were using several strategies to talk to kids to get information on what was the true picture of bullying in our school. And one of the things we did is we gave all the kids a map of the school with a place to also indicate the school bus outside, etc. And we talked about where we thought the kids would say bullying was occurring. And on the legend of what we asked the kids to fill out, they also indicated time of day. We were blown away when we got the results back from our kids because they identified the place in our school at that time that the most bullying behavior occurred before school in kind of this multi-purpose area where we all gathered, where we had the most staff we ever had. So the staff to student ratio was the most staff intensive it ever was throughout a kid's entire day. Visibility was great because it was a leveled place, and we had adults on the floor with kids and adults up high where they could see. It was a relatively quiet space. You felt like you could hear what was going on. And we were shocked. The kids came back, and that's where most of them felt they either were the receiver of or witnessed someone engaging in bullying behavior during that time of day. So if we had only asked the adults what we needed to do to address bullying behavior in our school and hadn't collected that information from our kids and gotten that student voice, we would have missed the biggest issue. We would have never predicted the place with the most staffing, the most supervision would be where it would occur when we thought they were all asleep anyway. They're rolling in the morning and they're in middle school and they're all sleepy-eyed. So I share that story because when we talk about collecting metrics, I think we need to think through who the voices are that we're asking to share and make sure that we're really listening to the people that are most impacted. And clicking on, so I just wanted to throw in a couple of things here related to suicide, because there's a little bit we know, but there's a lot more that we don't know. We know the media often links bullying with suicide. And we know that bullying can make a bad situation much, much worse. If you click to the next one. But we really don't know about cause and effect. It's an unknown. But we know enough that bullying behavior will make a student that already has risk factors will weigh heavily. And so there's enough information for us to know we have to address prevention, but at the same time, evidence-based ways of intervening. And so I stopped myself from including all of this stuff about not only the person who has been a survivor of bullying or the person who is engaging in the bullying behavior, but also the witnesses and the bystanders. There are both short and long-term effects to that. The bottom line is everyone is harmed by bullying behavior. And for whatever reason, it doesn't seem to be rising to the top of some of our conversations as frequently and as loudly as it was before the pandemic. We think that it's just coming out in some different ways now. And that we really need to go in and look at the tools that we have and the policies that we have and make sure we're using them to the fullest advantage. So wanted to stop there because you all are the experts. You're the ones that developed this blue ribbon, are responsible for the blue ribbon task force, and provide some opportunity for sharing and thoughts.
I want to jump in because one of the things that, can you hear me okay?
Mm-hmm.
I've been having problems with my tablet, so I've been moving around a little bit. But one of the things that concerned me is that we assume that
training changes the basic belief. And I've observed so many people that go through extensive training and then return to their same behavior. And I know it's not simply adequate to have policies in place if those policies are not enforced with fidelity. That's point number one. Point number two, I also know a great situation is that kids don't like to tell on others. So there really is not a lot in place to encourage kids or to help them step outside of that. We can talk until we've talked out. There seems to be an unwritten code that you just don't tell on each other. And if you do report, you are made to feel like you're the villain. I know that still exists because I have a teenager in school that's gone through that, and to get her to acknowledge or admit what's going on, I think she would have rather dropped out of school than do that. So I'm saying that although we can have all of these great policies, and I love that. I love the pointing out that, from a board's perspective, it's a panoramic view, but I also know that until we can start to change some basic beliefs about bullying, that it's still going to be there. The other thing, and I'm throwing out three things, I'm throwing them out because I'll forget, but the other thing that's important to me is when we talk about mitigating bullying behaviors, what is the data that's presented? We started out with X number, this is where we end up. I am always pushing that because those are the types of things that I think will make it as much of a priority in the minds of administrators and parents and the community that we probably need more increased focused behavior and attention that goes way past putting a law on the books. It's just like saying, well, it's against the law for hate crime. Does that stop hate crimes? No, it doesn't. And so we have to be very realistic in what we're doing and how it equates to the continued actions. That's a lot, but I got it out.
So I have some responses to those three things, and I'd like to hear from others related to the training. You're absolutely right. Facts and figures may impact some people in terms of starting to change behaviors, but those are people who would likely be changing behaviors with other factors as well. One of the things that we do know related to training that makes a difference is experiential kinds of training activities do help increase the application, which is actually related to your third question as well, is really knowing if the training is making a difference is that assessing, and lots of different ways. So it has to be about perception. It has to be actual data points. There's not a singular metric that works. And that's why we push for having something related to culture in the goals, because then if it has to be measured and brought back in front, you keep moving forward, and ultimately you have to make culture changes then. So your question too about kids, that's, I think emphasizing the early childhood, starting some restorative justice practices in early childhood. I've seen beautiful examples with 3-year-olds, when taught how to address a problem, and it's not going to be fixed in a day. We really have to start and have multiple methods of reporting, look at cultural changes, and start very young. Those are very short responses to what you've said. I think there are things we can do related to all of them. I don't have a magic pill for any one of the 3 things that you said, but I think there are things we can do to address all 3 of those to be more effective.
And I don't want to make it seem as though I'm putting you on the spot to respond to things. Most of the time when I mention these thoughts and these beliefs is to keep it in the forefront. If we feel like a problem is, it's being handled because we're starting early childhood, and it's being handled because we have policies, it lulls us into a false sense of security. So what I am suggesting, which is not necessarily for you to respond to, but we as a committee need this as fodder, as food for thought, to not become so complacent with the board creates policy. Number one, that's assuming that everybody on the board believes that we need this on the books. The superintendent enforces that. That's assuming that the teachers, all of the teachers, not just a few, believe in that. And that's not the case. There are some that feel like, that's just a normal behavior. I'm not trying to call anybody out. What I am saying is, while we hear information, and it's good when we look at how far we've come, but I don't want that information to make us so complacent that we don't realize we still have miles and miles to go. So it's more for food for thought than to say, you should have presented this or that. You did an excellent job with what you presented, but I don't want any of us to start to feel complacent because of that.
Madam Chair, this is Kent. May I make one comment?
Certainly.
And that would be, Marcia, the CDC report or data that you used was 2014.
Right.
That not only was pre-COVID, but it's almost 10 years old. And the Blue Ribbon panel used some data that was newer than that. And then since COVID, the Trevor Project, and I don't know if you're familiar with the Trevor Project, has released a study in 2021 that said overall 46% of LGBTQ kids who were bullied were also suicidal. And that's a concern I think that every school should take very seriously.
Yeah. I did go in and look at more recent information, and it does seem to continue to support it in that that there are multiple factors involved. And so in terms of the professionals that I was working with when we were looking at this, we thought there was a great danger in people assuming a direct line of cause and effect, because it prevents people from really looking at the whole child and addressing all of the issues. And so far, at least in the work I've done and the things that you just shared, they still continue to support that there are multiple factors typically involved with suicide, and that bullying can be a factor, an aggravating factor or another issue that's problematic, but we need to be careful that we're looking at all of the issues involved and not trying to think of the right word, not being overly simplistic in thinking if we just fix this problem, we'll fix that problem. So that is why I've continued to use that particular point, because the new things that I've seen seem to have supported that in the same way. But I don't want to be the only one talking here. Sorry.
Yeah. Are there any other questions or thoughts?
Marcia, the one point that I took is that we don't want the training to be, like you said, the one and done, an hour to fulfill requirements. This is consistent, ongoing training and assessing on whether what we're providing is helping. If we don't do continuous training and reflection, we're not going to be able to address it, I don't feel.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Marcia. We really appreciate your time, not only on the council, but also the time that you spend out in the field as, representing KSB. Madam Chair, I'll turn it over back to you.
Harry, are you there?
I am.
Okay. I was trying to pull my agenda back in place. So could you please step in, you or Jane, on that?
Sure.
There we go.
So a few updates from our agency. First of all, I thought it would come up, but I do want to congratulate the group that's been working on the suicide prevention, intervention, reintegration, and postvention toolkit update. So Trish and Kent and she was on here. Where'd she go? She probably had Melanie been working their tails off on this, and then our graphics department was able to get through it and get it into a form that can be duplicated. So it will be disseminated. I guess I don't know. It's disseminated now, but at the KSDE annual conference, is that next week? Will be the place where people can see it. And what we'll be doing is putting out QR codes. Trish, are you able to, you just want to talk about it?
Yeah, that's fine. I'm glad to jump in here. First of all, I want to thank, we had Holly Yeager, who was our school psych, who's on the School Mental Health Advisory Council. We had Tracy Chauvin, who was from the social work field, who's on our council. And then we had Melanie Scott, who is our school counselor. All three of these ladies were so instrumental because they've had the lived experience of having to deal with this crisis live in their school. And that was important to Kent and I as we put our team together of who's going to be involved as we go through updating data, looking at the research, and developing protocols for schools that are current and have really trauma-informed and trauma-responsive language. And then Erica Mold, who is also on our council, who is one of the coordinators at Headquarters Kansas, which went through a name change in the middle of us doing this document. So I sometimes still call them Suicide Prevention Headquarters, but so forgive me when I messed that up, but she really helped guide us in developing scripts. So we have language available for schools if they have to make those calls to the parents to seek permission for if they can disclose if it was a death by suicide, or if they have no issue with them doing that. What are we going to do stepping forward if there's people that want to do memorials? But we also were very protective in if a parent does not give permission to disclose, we need to make sure we have protective factors in place for students, because we know that students will know even if parents don't disclose, because information has its own legs and has a way of getting out. And we need to make sure we're looking at the risk factors for all of our kiddos that are living through the other side of this. We also listed resources like Lemonade, which were at the Kansas Prevention Conference last week, and they were praising the document. And all they had was the little QR code. So when we go to the Great Ideas Conference next week, because the document's so big and printing things right now is just kind of a headache, then we want to make sure that we do QR codes, because that way people like Jose, who's in Lawrence and had done all this interagency work and gave us that lens to look through, like we can now get our school mental health teams in each district to look at the QR codes, fill out their forms. And once they get their district level plan put in place, then they can decide how they want to disseminate that locally. So if I forgot anybody else, because I almost overlooked Jose, I apologize. Go ahead and throw your name in the chat, because I'm not trying to overlook anybody, but it was just a labor of love for all of us. And at one point we had to say, okay, we need to put this baby in the crib, because we could go on forever and it'd be a 200-page document. And then we knew that wasn't going to be very user-friendly. So we really are thankful for Melanie, who has been out in the field doing all kinds of work already with our service centers. Dr. Jessica Lane, I did forget to mention her, and I know that she is talking with people at K-State in their pre-service terms of going into counseling. And we're hoping that universities are also going to grab this document as they're training people that are coming into the school social work into new teaching positions. How are you going to be informed on methods and techniques that schools are using, like the Columbia, and filling out a Stanley Brown safety plan? We're using integration tools, whether the kiddo was in a PRTF coming back in. That plan can be used when we're transitioning kids in and out of corrections. And the guidance also can be used if we're losing a staff member, whether it was a car accident or if it was a death by suicide. So we wanted this to be somewhat a general crisis plan. And the work that everybody on this team did is just, I think it's going to shine out when people start digging into the documents. Melanie, do you want to share a little bit about what you've been doing and the response you've been getting in the field? Would you be comfortable with sharing that?
Sure, I don't mind that at all. Thank you for the opportunity. So for the last month or so, Trish, and I think it was Erica as well, developed a PowerPoint that I was able to take around to different service centers, like to the principal council or to the counselor's council, and just say, hey, here's what's to come. I've used it on Project Echo as well with school mental health. But as of yesterday, I did get to do a 3-hour presentation at Southwest Plains with Southwest Kansas counselors. And I'm telling you what, they were just absolutely thrilled and thankful. It wasn't just school mental health, because when we sent out the invite, we said, please bring your principals, your superintendents, whoever you normally put on your school mental health team. So we had nurses and SROs, of course, all the school mental health, but just a fabulous opportunity. And just looking at the pre-survey and the post-survey, we are really hoping that we can get this out to service centers across Kansas. And I think Trish, I think you said you and Kent are doing a 1-hour video. Is that correct?
I muted myself. I'm sorry. Yeah, we do have a 1-hour video that schools, if they want to, can use for some of their Jason Flatt training. I'm going to create like a scavenger hunt that they can attach to that, where they can, so that it's engaging and not just a sit and get, but they can go through the document and they can find the resources that they need to know. And it's encouraged to use the video to update people on what's in the toolkit now, as well as have them dig through it. And we encourage everybody, doesn't matter if you're janitor or if you drive the bus or if you're working in the lunch line, any single person that's employed in the school. Dr. Watson, I can't praise him enough. He came by my cube and said, what exactly do you want in the language of this letter at the beginning? And I said, well, we have people afraid to talk to students. And some schools have kind of had a knee-jerk reaction with House Bill 2567, feeling like this was an assessment. And he's like, with kids in crisis? I said, I know. And he goes, oh, that's a huge miscommunication. I said, we need to clear it up. So we also cleaned up the language, making sure people know that when you're talking to a kiddo that's in crisis, you're just basically screening if there is a level of crisis that's happening there. And the way I explain it is the crisis screener is like an introduction to the book. But when we do the warm handoff to the mental health professional that they may go see, or even to the parent, the assessment that they do is like the book. It is the novel. They go deep. They do a lot of clinical work. We're not doing those works in the school. We're just keeping them safe until they can get to what they need next. And our goal is to listen to them and understand that there is a crisis possibly going on, and then get them to where they need to go so they can get the intensive helps outside of the school building. And partnering with parents, guardians, whoever is going to be that adult that's the caring person that takes them through their next steps. We also just made sure it was important people knew that bringing them back needs to be part of the plan. We have to have protective factors in place and safety nets built so that students can come back and feel secure and safe and know who their contacts are and their people are back in the building when they come back.
Thank you. Excellent. So the other piece that I just wanted to highlight is that trauma responsive school and community facilitation workshops are starting to roll out again, and they occur in a variety of formats. It starts out on December 14th. There'll be an informational webinar, and then there's a module review, and on the 24th is when they're going to do a workshop on the facilitation of it. But this is from the School Mental Health Initiative team work, and continue to promoting participation in that, and that those trauma responsive school community workshops are set up so that you learn how to facilitate the workshop locally. That it's not just about what trauma responsive schools are. It's how to develop, how to facilitate, how to what planning you need to go through to do that within your own building and district and within your own communities, and how to get that going. So that has been going out on our listservs from to the curriculum leaders, to the our special education types, but then also the oh, now I forgot the name of the agency listserv that goes out. The big listserv that the agency sends out that is like called the KSDE something that goes out to everyone. So, and so then I talked about the annual conference. That'll be coming up next week, and there are actually a really a good number of sessions that deal with all many of the things we've talked about today. So I think, Brad, are you?
Hey, Gary, it's Brad.
Are there people on here presenting at that conference, right?
Yeah, yep. And next week I'll be there doing the Great Ideas presentation with Chase. Yeah.
And so we'll be looking forward to that. John, do you have any other updates? Or Maureen, anyone else from KSDE?
No, I don't have any more updates. I'll be at the annual conference as well, and looking forward to presenting a couple times. Both by myself and actually my wife will be there presenting with me as well. So looking forward to that opportunity and meeting people and continue to create and build relationships to keep our schools safe.
I wondered about that when I saw that listing. So the I think there are over 500 folks registered, and the significance of this, if you haven't attended before, is it's one of the largest gatherings of school-based school-based, teachers, educators, building principals, from all across the whole state. So they have a number of strands that go from a large range of topics, from everything from what you need to know about our state assessments all the way through into looking at our building healthy school communities and climates. So it's a good dissemination opportunity especially around for the toolkit to get out there and for people to get connected with it as well. So those are really the only updates I had. I know Bert had to go off to another meeting. So are there other updates that our council members have? Jane Groff?
That was my wonderings too, Carrie. Does anybody want to or have anything they want to update the council on, or something coming up you want to inform us about?
We do have something to chat.
Oh, good. Good job. Okay. Headquarters, new name for the Kansas Suicide Prevention Headquarters. So most people call them now headquarters. All right, that's good to know, Erica.
Yeah, so we were recently called Kansas Suicide Prevention HQ, and now we're just going back to our roots, which is headquarters. And they added Kansas to the name. So most people just call us headquarters.
Great, thanks for the update. I'll know what to think now when I see headquarters somewhere. Anybody else?
Now, Brad, earlier at 1:41, Brad posted a podcast.
Yeah, I can share about the podcast and maybe a quick update with Chase. Well, the podcast is actually something we use as an incentive-based activity with the youth in our program. The episode I shared is a little different because usually those episodes are only like 5 to 7 minutes and they're around mental wellness topics. And we kind of use those in combination with gift card incentives to get the youth exposed to mental health and self-regulation kind of stuff. That particular episode, though, is more like 45 minutes long. And it's actually with Lacey, who's a staff member at in our Topeka office at Families Together. And her son, Wyatt, has a really hard bullying story. And it was also hard on Lacey as the parent, because as we all know, it's not just the youth that bears the brunt of bullying, but the parents as well. And they just shared very vulnerably what that was like for them and how they overcame it. And Wyatt actually went on to create his own nonprofit sort of program organization thing where he generates tons of donations around anti-bullying stuff. And Wyatt will also be walking at the Walk of Champions for Sporting KC, the soccer team. He was invited there because they have their big red card campaign that's anti-bullying at Sporting as well. So that was a big success story and a fun listen if you have a chance. Outside of that, the biggest thing for Chase is that we're officially expanding to Fort Scott, which is something that's been in the works for a long time. We've been working with Robert Stiles at Telehealth Rocks, who I'm sure all of you are well aware of them. But yeah, so we started taking referrals for Fort Scott. We're working with like 5 students there right now. And we have some really fun ideas around how to bring more music to that community and all kinds of stuff. So Chase is really taken off and we love to see it grow.
Wonderful.
Awesome. Congrats, Brad, for
Thank you.
expanding. Yeah, good work, just good work. All right, anybody else? Any other organization? And then I just want to say that for future topics or for future agenda items, just email either myself or Betty or Carrie or Trisha. If there's something that hasn't been addressed that you're sitting there thinking, oh, you know, I'd like to learn more about this or whatever, just let us know. And we do the very best we can to present that information. And that's one of the reasons today's meeting was a full day. And I want to reiterate again, our meetings will be half days. They will be 9 to 12 or 9 to 11:30. But we had topics that had been requested of us. And for example, the Department of Children and Families has waited 6 to maybe 8 or 9 months to share the information. And they've been so patient and so kind. But we just had quite a few things just kind of pile up, build up. So be sure, let's see, okay, got that one. To let us know of things that you want on the School Mental Health Advisory Council's agenda for the next meeting. I have our next meeting as December 4th. If you didn't have that, December 14th from 9 to noon. 9 to noon. Any last comments or questions from anybody?
So Jane, I noticed that there is a person named with the name Diane on. Is this Diane Jerstad? Perhaps.
Carrie,
Yes.
I believe that's correct because Diane emailed me earlier that she was not able to participate. And so she was going to try and jump in and listen.
Okay.
Yeah, so I believe that's correct.
Okay. I just want to make sure that she got credit.
Good. Thanks for checking, Carrie. Thanks for checking. Kathy Ko, I want to have more information and perhaps training ideas for restorative practice. Yay, that's a good thought. Good topic too. Restorative practice. Very good idea. All right. If there is any questions, slip it in. Diane, where we see your chat in there. Okay, I want to thank you all for all your time today, and hanging with us. And thank you for the great information. We learned a lot. My brain is full. My brain is very full with good things to think about and act on. All right. So I guess we adjourn this and we'll see emails and before December. But that is our next big meeting. Everyone together.
Okay.
Hey.
Thanks, everyone.